Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. Almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us, she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. We are doing our best. According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal. Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cuneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated. He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway. He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. Please come forward with any information, Lorraine sobbed. We still want to know who did this to my baby. The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cuneen helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cuneen met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arraes also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old. He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswellbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswellbrook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first two numbers represented the location of point-to-point, two-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswellbrook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswellbrook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswellbrook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Noose attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said. "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunningham lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cunningham was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, the 31-year-old Cunningham showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a retelling of the biblical story of the first crime on earth, as recorded in the book of Genesis, in which Cain rose up against his brother Abel and murdered him. This occurred after Cain sacrificed the earth's fruits to the Almighty, as did Abel, the firstborn lambs. To the older man's disappointment, God accepted the younger man's sacrifice while rejecting his gifts, motivated by selfish jealousy. Cain summoned Abel to the field, where he committed suicide. Unfortunately, even in the modern world, unhealthy jealousy can lead to the older brother killing the younger one. Donna and Samuel Eckerd's family endured a difficult time at the end of June 2010. Their 19-year-old son, Sean, went missing. Sean had a fight with his older brother Stanley the night before and slammed the door when he left. Sean had never before allowed himself to leave the house for an extended period of time without calling or informing his mother. Late that night, the entire family was concerned about the young man's disappearance. However, the official search for the boy did not begin until 24 hours later. A missing person discovered that photos of a smiling, blonde-haired Sean were posted at all supermarkets and on the streets. However, after 2 days of searching, there were no results. The police held their hands up in the air as they searched for more than 2 days. Sean Paul Eckerd was officially missing. Relatives, acquaintances, and a few friends formed a group of activists who combed local establishments day and night, interviewed random passersby, and minute by minute reconstructed the guy's route that night. Without pausing the search, the police began to delve deeper into the Eckerd family's habits and rhythms in order to piece together the events leading up to Sean's disappearance. Donna and Sam Eckerd, married with a history of familial relationships. They had 6 adult children from their previous marriages, following difficulties and setbacks in their early unions. They found comfort in each other's company and settled in San Diego, California. They rented a large family home and went to the local church every weekend. The family was devout and led a quiet, unsociable life. A few years after moving in, the family welcomed a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. They both attended a good local school, and every weekend the entire family participated in church activities. The oldest children, having reached adulthood, flew away from their parents' nests across the continent to start their own families. But the Eckards were friendly. They kept in touch, called each other frequently, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple, fun-loving boy. His bright appearance, charisma, and insight drew people to him like magnets. He could listen and empathize, so he made friends easily. Stanley, on the other hand, had a more reserved personality and was cautious of everything. He was aware that he was shy, so interacting with others was much more difficult for him than for his brother. They shared a common group of friends and classmates. Despite their age difference, the brothers were like one, helping and looking out for each other. The boys developed good manners and excelled in school. They were always trusting and friendly with one another. Their parents laughed when they made jokes about each other. The family valued respect above all else. Donna and Samuel raised their children with a strong faith in God, and according to God's laws, the Eckard family's life unfolded in its own unique way. The brothers' interests diverged significantly as they grew older. Sean, the youngest, participated in a music band, while Stanley, the eldest, became interested in martial arts. Each young boy's life was full of vivid memories and emotions that he shared with his family in the evenings. Sean was always first. When the family gathered before dinner to share their day's emotions, he spent the majority of the time telling stories about music, friends, and upcoming plans. Everyone listened to Sean. There was no time for Stanley, and it didn't appear that he had much to say. There are no grand plans for the future. There are no exciting stories to highlight, not even those of friends. So, Stanley humbly forwarded his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean informed his family that he had met a neighbor girl named Mary Jane. A fragile young girl with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair put Sean in a trance. Through the open window of the girl's home, he heard a magical piano playing, as if mesmerizing. Sean's confidence in his own charm enabled him to walk out of such a funny situation with dignity and meet the girl he liked. Despite the fact that she was a few years older than Sean, they maintained a friendly relationship. The company's soul shone through, and they organized picnics to which Mary Jane was invited. They walked a lot, went to parks, and visited observation decks. The burgeoning adolescent love affair was cut short by the harsh realities of adulthood. The Eckards were devastated to learn of Donna's elderly mother, Sean, and Stanley's grandmother's illness. In search of prosperity, parents attempted to consider the interests of each family member. However, the decision makes a fundamental change in the life of the entire family. Sean did not want to leave his native land, his friends, or his mother, Mary Jane. But the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckards leave the city where their children were born and raised and relocate to another state. So, as fate would have it, the Eckard family moves into Donna's mother's house in the small town of Spring Hill, Florida, in 2005, and begins a new life. The move was a breath of fresh air for the entire family because it was the correct decision. Sean and Stanley's grandmother was on the mend. Sean was heartbroken. He missed his band, which he used to play on walks with Mary Jane and during hangouts in his favorite city. But Sean, who loves life, can't stay sad for long, and eventually, a new life becomes as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel landed a job at the Presbyterian Church, where they spent almost all of their time. Donna looked after the children in the nursery, while Samuel helped with the chapel. Over time, the brothers rekindle their bond and make new friends at school. Old life appears to be resurrected in a new environment. Sean participates in the school band again. Stanley goes to a martial arts school that is just a few blocks from their new home. Despite his new busy lifestyle, Sean can't stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after class, he locks himself in his room and talks on the phone for hours. The goodbyes are the same, with Sean saying he hopes to meet again. He always promises to come to see her after he gets his parents' permission. The younger brother, on the other hand, grew and held his first love close to his heart. The elder Stanley attempted to establish himself in the family in his own way. Stanley, despite his quiet and calm demeanor, appeared to be deprived of parental warmth and attention, in pursuit of self-expression. He makes a series of bad decisions that have serious consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he tells his parents that he plans to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and starting a martial arts club. However, youthful maximalism leads the guy into bad company, where he begins to engage in petty fraud and experiment with illegal drugs. In 2007, Stanley's arrest resulted from dysfunctional connections. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud offenses. Donna suffers her first major setback when she learns of her elder son's antics. She ends up in the hospital with a heart attack, but the situation is quickly resolved thanks to the services of a lawyer hired by Jennifer's sister. He skillfully defends Stanley, demonstrating the lack of direct evidence, allowing the man to go free with only a suspended sentence. This episode terrified Stanley. He feels guilty and isolates himself in the hopes of being understood and accepted by his family. Sean does not discuss his decisions with his parents after surviving the frightening events that occurred to Stanley. During his summer vacation, he works as a waiter. "I've saved up some money." He only leaves a note for his mother, telling her to go to California for Mary Jane. The 2-day bus ride to his beloved felt like an eternity. The scenery changed outside the window. Tonight, the day changed. Sean imagined seeing Mary Jane at the final station. When the driver announced the final stop, the bus came to a stop. Sean was ready to run to her, because he'd seen her happy face through the window and her long hair, which she was tucking behind her ears with her fingers. They had shared some of their happiest days together. They'd had picnics, just as they had in his best high school years. Sean had confessed his desire to marry for the first time, and the feeling was mutual. After another walk, the youth sat down on a bench. Sean felt faint. His eyes turned black. Sean was admitted to the hospital after falling unconscious. The young boy was fading like a match in a matter of days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister, and Jennifer flew to California, where doctors determined what was causing a strong and sturdy man to fade so quickly. Tick-borne encephalitis begins suddenly and quickly, causing a variety of complications, including brain inflammation. A difficult struggle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time, more than a month in a coma, and 6 months of rehabilitation enabled him to return from the other side of the world. Sean struggled to recover for quite some time. An ordinary tick bite on a summer walk resulted in a serious injury for him. Jennifer returned her brother to Florida, where he underwent therapy and a long recovery. Mary Jane was left waiting. Again, the lovers' only means of communication was the telephone. A slew of problems and unexpected illnesses brought the Eckerd family together. Donna does everything she can to completely free her beloved son Sean from the effects of a serious illness. She closely monitors his diet and exercise. Such attentive care leads to Sean's complete recovery, as well as Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtures in bits and pieces. Sean regained his strength and resumed his studies in music. In 2009, he completes his studies and dreams of returning with his mother, Mary Jane, to introduce her to his parents as his favorite. However, Sean's plans are unlikely to come true. Stanley introduces his brother to Samantha Rowe, his dream girl. Samantha, a Florida native, quickly discovered a common language with the two brothers. Stanley adored and sympathized with her, but the girl was taken with Sean's cheerful and sociable personality. For a while, Stanley actively courted Samantha, and she accepted his advances. Many romantic encounters conclude with a passionate kiss. Stanley is extremely happy. Samantha, who said yes to her older brother, continues to think about her younger brother. Samantha decides to send Sean a message in which she expresses her sympathy for him and invites him on a walk around the city. The guy agrees, and they spend the evening walking along the waterfront, discussing Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean does not seek to win the girl after all he has long belonged to or rejected her. Samantha sends a message to Stanley, informing him that Sean has been seeing her, and he admits that he also likes her. Stanley was infuriated. That same evening, he went up to his brother's room, where they talked. The brothers began by speaking quietly, but their words quickly became shouts, and then there was complete silence. The parents were present, but the brothers occasionally clarified relations quite loudly, so they saw nothing unusual in what had occurred. Mom was the first to notice Sean was missing. He had not returned her calls. Recalling the evening before Stanley's explanation, Sean had left home after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a terrifying call. Jennifer, Sean's sister, made the call. The dispatcher who took the call only heard a woman scream into the receiver. A piercing male moan was heard in the background. After several requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally records the request for assistance. Jennifer continues to scream. She pleads for assistance and reports, "Oh, damn it, my brother Stanley murdered Sean. He's inside the house, talking to his mother." his father is freaking out while lying over his dead son, who has been buried since early Saturday morning. Damn it. I'm begging for assistance. Police officers who arrived at the scene of the tragedy witnessed a horrific scene. In the backyard of the house, Samuel was kneeling, his hands dripping with earth. He was screaming as he pulled his son's body from the damp earth, attempting to wipe it away. In an instant, a quiet neighborhood with sculpted lawns, where the two young brothers frequently waved to neighbors, became the site of a violent tragedy. And now the Eckerd family, who once raised two sons, is haunted by the memory of digging in the ground and discovering one of their sons, while watching the other son be handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was arrested on suspicion of premeditated murder. During his first interrogation, he admitted that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a fit of rage, he struck Sean on the head. Sean fell as a result of his injuries. Stanley checked his pulse. When he realized his younger brother had died, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to be buried on the lawn behind the house. Stanley said at the inquest, "I buried him after all. That's what you do with the dead." These words sound like the cold-blooded calculations of a serial killer rather than a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley Eckerd stated that he did it for his mother. He wanted to shield her from any shock she might have felt at the news. After that, Stanley planned to relocate his brother's body and rebury it once his parents were gone. Stanley's behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried and confessed what he had done, clearly apologizing and presenting it as an accident, or he blamed Sean with hatred in his eyes. Stanley spoke harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother. He blamed him for all of his problems and admitted that he had won the battle for his mother's and Samantha's affection. Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and arrested without bail the same day. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolf conducted an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented the court with the results of the forensic examination, which revealed that the victim's neck had bruising under the skin and rope marks, indicating that the neck had been compressed to make breathing difficult. The examination determined that the death was caused by an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Marino investigated the case. The first hearing began on February 25, 2011, and was presided over by District Judge Stephen. Donna and Samuel Eckerd, Stanley's parents, rushed to the second row. On April 9, 2013, they wept as they watched their oldest son be escorted into the courtroom. The trial began in Hernando Court, which was presided over by District Judge Anthony Taddy. Attorney Alan Hunter led the defense, while Pete remained on the prosecution's side. The primary goal of the prosecution was to persuade the jury that Stanley had meticulously planned the crime. According to defense attorney Allen, the tragic outcome stemmed from a spontaneous fight. In conclusion, Allen urged the jury to take note of Stanley's attempt to conceal the crime in the name of good intentions. Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence if convicted. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate lay in the hands of District Judge Anthony Taddy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Stanley Elias Eckerd always claimed that he had no intention of killing his brother 3 years ago, before burying him in the front yard of the house. Before trial, Eckerd turned down prosecutors' offer to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 20-year prison sentence. Eckerd remained stone-faced as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept quietly. As the jury exited the courtroom, Samuel Eckerd's sobs turned into screams, and a crowd gathered around Donna and Samuel. The jury agreed that Eckerd did not intend to kill 19-year-old Sean, but they did not completely clear him of guilt. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, 9 women and 3 men convicted Eckerd of second-degree murder. All the while, according to the record, they believed Stanley's account of what happened early on June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later Friday, Samuel Eckerd stated that Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter did an excellent job. The family questions whether the sentence is appropriate. They filed an appeal against the verdict but were denied. I don't understand how the jury returned a verdict of second-degree murder, and after about 2 hours, Samuel Eckerd stated that our faith had not been shaken. He stated that one fact was not disputed during the trial. After his brother died, Stanley removed his body from Sean's bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the family's Spring Hill backyard. Samuel Eckerd discovered Sean's body 2 days later. During his closing arguments at trial, Assistant State's Attorney Pete Marino showed jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position. "This isn't a detective novel case," but Marino said. He stated that when detectives questioned Stanley on the day his brother's body was discovered, he changed his testimony. 6 times he claimed he had no knowledge of Sean's death until 2 days after his brother's funeral. According to Marino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members, claiming that Sean had traveled to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. On Sean's behalf, he also wrote to Samantha, telling her that he didn't want to communicate and that she should focus on Stanley. After several hours of questioning, Stanley revealed that Sean died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed to hear a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the ground. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who has a weakened heart. He stated that he planned to tell his father after his mother left on a trip. The defendant's hand injuries constitute murder, according to Magazzino, who also cited testimony and Stanley's statements to detectives about rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. He also brought up testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend about revenge in the weeks leading up to Sean's death. During that conversation, the friend testified that Stanley stated that if he was going to kill someone, he would hit them in the back of the head and bury the body in the backyard. That evidence was shaky at best and could not dispel reasonable doubts. Alan Lanter told the jury that a crime is an act with an intended outcome. Lanter replied, "Yes, I was involved in my brother's death, but he did not kill his brother." Lanter cited testimony from a forensic pathologist, who stated that the blow to the head was combined with other factors. Sean's death was most likely caused by high blood alcohol levels and possible lingering brain swelling from encephalitis. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand when the 2 men fell could have been enough to kill Sean Lanter, which reminded the jury of Donna Eckerd's testimony that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after contracting encephalitis. In her testimony, Donna Eckerd referred to Sean's death as an accident. The jury could have also convicted Stanley Eckerd of third-degree murder or manslaughter. In the case of pardonable homicide, Lanter urged jurors not to be distracted by gruesome photos of Sean's body or Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard. Stanley Eckerd did something horrible after Sean died, according to Lanter, but he is not a murderer. During the final sentencing, the Eckerd parents were filled with excitement. Judge Anthony sentenced the defendant to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day, they lost both of their sons at the same time. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man, including a brother, is clearly beyond the scope of appropriate human response. In the Bible story, Cain, the brother killer, was banished from paradise as punishment. However, he approached the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at the story that took place in Oklahoma. On August 8, 2012, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation called Garvin County's sheriff. The latter said they were contacted by a resident named Van Emblem, who claimed to have witnessed the disposal of the body and an attempt to hide all evidence. Emblem stated that the night before the call, his friend, on whose ranch he has worked for 4 years, asked him for assistance. When he arrived at the ranch, a friend admitted that he needed help disposing of the body. At first, Van assumed it was a joke. However, when he saw the red-stained plastic buckets, he realized it wasn't a joke. The buckets were heavy, so his friend needed assistance loading them into a pickup truck, before realizing he might become an accomplice to the crime. Van helped his friend regain his composure before leaving, telling him to deal with everything on his own. Over the next few hours, Van spoke with a lawyer, who convinced him that the only way out of this situation was to call the police. After all, if it was discovered later that he knew about the crime but did not report it to authorities, he would be charged as an accomplice. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, the world's second largest criminal organization after the Hells Angels, according to the FBI. His parents divorced when he was about 10 years old. They maintain good relations, however, and share equal responsibility for their son's upbringing. At the age of 25, Brandon gradually inherited his father's love of motorcycles. He had his own motorcycle, which he built by hand and treasured dearly. He frequently socialized with other bikers, but did not belong to any motorcycle clubs. Brandon's father died unexpectedly on April 5, 2005, which was a difficult time for him. Brandon decided to make a change in his life to combat his increasing depression. He sat on a motorcycle and headed to Las Vegas. Brandon had been living in Vegas for about a year when he met Amber Andrews, 24, whose company made him forget about his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. Amber was already pregnant at this point. In December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. Brandon's life changed dramatically after his child was born. He became a devoted father and husband who worked at a high-paying job and prioritized family over his interests. However, the same cannot be said for Amber. As if she didn't notice the birth of a child, she continued to live her lifestyle, attending biker gatherings and various parties. As a result, relations within the young family began to deteriorate quickly. Sometimes it came down to fights. Undoubtedly, the only outcome of this was a divorce filed 4 years after the wedding, with Brandon receiving full custody of the child. After all, unlike Amber, he could support himself and his son. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with his son. He was glad to be reunited with his family, who later assisted him in raising a child. Brandon's emotional wounds from a failed marriage began to heal over time, and he became more optimistic about the future. However, while pondering the future, the past knocked at his door. In the summer of 2012, he noticed Amber on his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite and asked him to give their relationship another chance. Brandon's previously suppressed feelings resurfaced. He believed his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to a new start. Their son Brando was scheduled to start kindergarten in September, and Amber invited the three of them to visit her parents in Oklahoma, who were eager to see their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began planning the trip, intending to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. Several days before Brandon, Amber, and their sons returned to San Diego, Van Emblem contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Van reported that his friend and employer requested assistance in disposing of the body, claiming that it was Brandon Duran's. Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County, requested help with a van. After receiving a call from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation regarding the possible crime, the local sheriff and his assistant went to Hammer's ranch right away. Furthermore, after calling Brandon's relatives in San Diego, the authorities discovered that Brandon had been out of reach for several days before confirming Van's information. They decided not to tell Brandon's family about this case. During questioning, Justin quickly confessed to murdering Brandon Duran, which surprised detectives. However, there was one critical moment. Hammer claimed he acted in self-defense and identified Duran as a dangerous motorcycle gang member who had threatened him. According to him, on August 7th, Brandon arrived at his house on a motorcycle, kicked out the door with his foot, entered, and began threatening him. Hammer claimed to have an intimate relationship with Amber, which prompted Brandon's unexpected visit. Brandon threatened him, according to Hammer, saying he needed to disappear from Amber's life, promising to ask his biker friends to help him disappear forever, and mentioning that if he disobeyed, his relatives would die as well. Hammer allegedly grabbed a shotgun from the corner of the room and fired it following these words. When he realized Brandon was dead, he was afraid of retribution from the Bandidos Motorcycle Club and did not call the police, instead deciding to hide all evidence. Instead, Justin took the body to the bathroom and disposed of it with a saw, 5-gallon buckets, and concrete. According to the Hammer statement, he was unable to load the buckets into the pickup truck on his own due to the added weight of cement. As a result, he sought help from his friend Van, who assisted him in loading buckets into a pickup truck before leaving and turning him over to the police. Hammer's ranch had a small pond into which he tossed the buckets. After dealing with the body, he started cleaning the house. Hammer later burned the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he used, claiming that he had given Brandon's motorcycle to a relative. At the same time, Hammer stated that his relative was unaware of the bike's origin and had disassembled it for spare parts. After all, 5 buckets were recovered from the bottom of the pond, and the officers went to Meeker to inform Amber of the sad news. The woman was shocked when she learned of her child's father's death. She stated that they divorced but intend to reconcile. Amber also mentioned that she had a fight with Brandon the day before after he learned about her relationship with Justin Hammer. After the argument, Brandon left on a motorcycle, claiming he would deal with her lover on his own, and such an account of events appeared plausible. However, there was a recent development in the case. Criminologists working in Hammer's house began to discover new evidence that called his testimony into question. Justin claimed Brandon kicked down the door and entered the house, but in reality, someone kicked it from inside. The shoe print on the door matched the footprint of Hammer's sneakers, indicating Justin was the one who knocked on the door. In addition to the pistol and shotgun, they discovered a list of items required to dispose of the body and the gun safe. It's possible that the crime wasn't spontaneous and that Hammer planned it ahead of time. Aside from the 5 buckets, they extracted a doghouse from the pond, which was filled with cement and contained fragments that would not fit into the buckets. Based on this evidence, Justin Hammer was charged with first-degree murder. The forensic medical expert had a difficult time analyzing 25 individual fragments of Iran's body. An autopsy revealed that Brandon was shot 4 times in the head, 3 with a pistol and 1 with a shotgun. Furthermore, according to the expert, the shotgun shot was the final one. Brandon had most likely died and was lying on the floor by this point. However, it contradicted Hammer's testimony, which stated that he fired only once and from a shotgun, but the investigators couldn't understand it. A question arose. Why did Hammer need to use a shotgun after firing a pistol 3 times, especially when Brandon was already dead? This evidence suggests that someone other than Hammer could be involved in the crime. The investigators called to Brandon's mother, Cindy, about her son's death left her speechless after she regained consciousness. Cindy clarified that Brandon was never a member of the Bandidos motorcycle club. Brandon's father, she explained, passed on his love of motorcycles to his son, but it never progressed beyond that. However, Cindy's story contained another intriguing twist. She stated that Brandon's bike was broken when he left for Oklahoma. He loaded it into the back of his pickup truck, intending to repair it in Oklahoma. Furthermore, Cindy stated that her son disliked conflict situations and that his ex-wife Amber was the source of all of his problems. Her infidelity overshadowed their relationship from the beginning. Amber remained loyal even after the birth of her son, to her lifestyle, and when Brandon expressed his displeasure with her behavior, she began a fistfight. All of this culminated in a divorce, with Brandon receiving full custody of their son, which infuriated Amber. She then went missing for over a year, seemingly unconcerned about her son's life. As a result, Brandon and the rest of his family were taken aback when she appeared unexpectedly and requested another chance. After learning all this information, including Justin Hammer's, Amber and I were lovers. The investigators decided to look into Brandon's ex-wife more closely. Amber informed police that Brandon left on a motorcycle following the argument. However, his family claimed that it was broken. The question arose as to whether the breakage was not severe. Why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma rather than repair it at home? Amber never mentioned that Brandon was fixing it. She also claimed she went to the doctor after Brandon left to deal with a hammer. Despite this, the police discovered no evidence that she was in any of the city's medical facilities on that particular day. All of this implied Amber had no alibi. Amber later revealed to detectives that she had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. When her friend arrived around 3 p.m., Amber and Brandon left the house together. They drove into Brandon's pickup truck, which was carrying a motorcycle in the back. Amber forgot her phone at home and didn't return until 8 hours later. However, when she arrived, Neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, investigators discovered a message sent just before she and Brandon left the house. Justin Hammer sent a text stating that the ink was ready. The investigators assumed it was a secret code, indicating that everything was prepared to deal with Brandon. After interviewing Amber's close friends, detectives discovered that she never wanted to reconcile with her ex-husband and always spoke negatively about him. She despised Brandon for having full custody of their son and for being a square. Soon, authorities discovered physical evidence that contradicted Amber's story. The forensic handwriting analysis revealed that the note was discovered in a Hammer safe. Amber wrote the list of items needed for body disposal, and when the police gained access to the local hardware store's CCTV cameras, they discovered that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage taken the day before Brandon's death shows Hammer purchasing buckets and other items from Amber's list. However, while awaiting trial, Hammer insisted he had no accomplice and had acted in self-defense. He was doing everything he could to keep Amber safe, as she was still free. The man claimed that the items on Amber's list were necessary to repair the house, not to dispose of the body. Furthermore, Hammer explained why he used two different weapons, stating that he held a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. To say that investigators found this statement strange is an understatement. Many expected the trial to last several weeks. The jurors deliberated for approximately an hour and a half before recommending a life sentence without parole. We're very pleased with the decision. We think it was appropriate. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin says it's justice for Brandon Durant's family. We also believe that the sentence of life without parole is entirely appropriate. I am overjoyed that the jury determined Cindy was Durant's mother. I'm sure it was difficult, but this is what I've been hoping for 2 years. Justin Hammer received a life sentence without the possibility of parole in October 2014. Amber was arrested 2 months later and charged with first-degree murder of her ex-husband, desecrating his remains, and conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber pleaded not guilty, hoping to be released on bail. I've been fighting for 32 months to bring my son home with me. Andrew spoke as she sat in the courtroom, handcuffed and dressed in a light purple inmate suit. My son has been at home for exactly 1 month, and she asked if there was anything I could do to stay with him until the trial. Norman is in town to oversee a jury trial, as ordered by District Judge Jeff Virgin. He agreed to the state's request to deny Andrews a bond amount. Given the nature of the allegations, this court believes bond should be denied at this time. Virgin stated that it took more than 2 years before the trial began in the spring of 2017. Amber pleaded not guilty, and her lawyers claimed that the defendant was not at the crime scene. Prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin claimed that Andrews was the only person with a motive to kill Brandon Durant. According to Miller, Amber was the crime organizer who lured Brandon to her lover's house, and Hammer shot him 3 times with a pistol, and Amber fired the final shot with a shotgun. Miller informed the jury that all witness statements and evidence presented at the trial point to Amber's direct involvement in this crime. She was the only person who wanted him gone. Amber Andrews is the only person with motives. She was the only one who could understand why he was gone. Miller stated that she did not only want him dead, but also for him to disappear. She had the motivation, and Hammer had the place to do it. They believed they had the perfect plan. Miller told jurors that the motive was to push the Ran out of the way so Andrews could regain custody of their young son, despite the fact that she was absent from home for 8 hours on the day of Brandon's death, and there was no evidence to back up her alibi. The prosecutor stated that Amber assisted Hammer in disposing of the body and cleaning the house. While unable to fulfill her parental responsibilities, she did not want to give her son to a man she despised. And since she couldn't obtain custody of the child through the courts, she decided to kill Brandon. However, the defense attorney, Jay Mendros, claimed that the prosecutor's office had provided no evidence of Amber's involvement in the case. There is no evidence. Mandro told the jurors that is what you do when you don't have any. They disparage her character. The state has a conspiracy theory, but there is no evidence to support it. She isn't a cold-blooded killer. She did not plan the murder. Justin did this because he feared losing Amber. Jay Mendros described it as a perfect recipe for disaster, with Duran traveling to Oklahoma to reunite with Andrews, while Hammer, who had been dating Andrews for a year, was concerned about losing her to Duran. The defense attorney made the following statements: Justin Hammer had every reason to kill Brandon Duran. It was a love triangle, or a case of being torn between lovers. There is no black and white here. She switched back and forth with both men. They twisted and turned every statement in here to make them appear sinister. They're attempting to imprison someone on suspicion of innuendo. In this country, people are not convicted based solely on suspicions. This does not make her a conspirator or a murderer. Justin Hammer confessed to the murder. He claimed to have done it all by himself. That demonstrates that jurors returned guilty verdicts after more than 4 hours of closing arguments in a Garvin County District courtroom. They recommended that Amber Andrews, 35, be sentenced to life in prison. Sentencing was scheduled for June 12, 2017. Amber arrived at the court hearing in a good mood. Cindy, Brandon's mother, approached the witness stand in tears, expressing how her son's death had affected her and her grandson Brando. "You and your minions have taken away every dream I've ever had," he said, placing a photo of Duran next to the stand. "Brandon only wanted his family, and you murdered him for it. I'll never see that smile that lights up the room before Brandon even walks in. He won't have the chance to teach Brando how to snowboard. You ensured this by murdering him. If you genuinely cared about Brando, you would not have murdered his father. You must work for what you want, not kill for it. You wanted it and would do anything to destroy it." She said this while pausing and staring up at Andrews, shaking her head up and down. "That is the devil's work," she said, adding that Andrews has done unspeakable things to her as Iran's mother. Before the judge's decision, defense attorney Jay Mendros issued another statement. The defense continues to maintain that there is no evidence linking her to the murder. Metros informed the judge, "There is no evidence that she was involved in the murder. I would request that the judge disregard the jury's verdict. We asked you to overturn the jury's decision and restart this case." Jay Mendros contended that the state's case lacked evidence and relied on jurors' emotions to secure a guilty verdict. They used guessing and speculation to convince her to go to prison. There is no evidence that the state was solely concerned with shock value. Amber Andrews received a life sentence without parole for the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She was also sentenced to 7 years for desecrating the remains and an additional 10 years for conspiring to commit a felony. Justin Hammer is currently serving time at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Oklahoma, while Amber Andrews is still incarcerated at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in McLeod, Oklahoma. Since August 7, 2012. Brando is currently in a foster home after being taken into custody by the Oklahoma Department of Human Services. After fighting the court system in January, he was allowed to return to San Diego and live with his grandmother. However, it was not a victory yet. Cindy had to wait 5 years before she was granted full custody of Brando. Following the trial, she and her relatives told him the truth about the verdict and his mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Amato family case illustrates how obsession can transform a quiet person into a monster. Like many serious addictions, which can be compared to severe illnesses with psychological, biological, or social underpinnings. This case involves a destructive habit, such as an urge for alcohol, prohibited substances, gambling, or an obsessive need for a specific activity or interaction with a specific person or group. It is tragic when addiction affects not only the individual but also their loved ones who sincerely want to help. The once prosperous and happy Amato family faced a dilemma head-on. Because all of the family members were healthcare professionals, they felt confident that they could handle the situation on their own. It was too late for them to realize how serious the situation was. This isn't a story about addiction, but of a young man's intense obsession with a woman he'd never met. His addiction to illegal substances, combined with the pathological proclivity for theft, exacerbated the situation. The situation devolved into a horrific outcome. Let's look into this case to see if there was a way to change the course of events and avoid the tragedy. On January 25, 2019, a concerned man called Seminole County Police in Florida. He reported that his close friend and colleague, Nurse Cody Amato, failed to show up for his shift at the hospital, which was highly unusual for him. The day before, Cody had left work about 15 minutes early due to urgent family matters at home, leaving so quickly that he forgot to collect his pay for the day. Attempts to reach Cody, 31, by phone were unsuccessful. He was simply not responding. Cody's girlfriend, with whom he had recently lived, stated that he went to his parents' house the day before at his father's request but never returned to her place, and she, too, was unable to contact him. All of these signs triggered alarming thoughts, prompting the dispatch of police officers to the specified address. The Amato family home, located in a suburb of Orlando, had a large adjoining area with a stable and a horse walking area. Cody's car was parked in the driveway, and lights were turned on in several rooms of the home. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and the doors and windows were intact. When the sheriff's deputy knocked, there was no answer, and calls to the landline went unanswered. The police then requested permission to enter and, once granted, cautiously unlocked the back door with a knife to slide the bolt. Inside, an eerie silence filled the lit room, implying that someone was present. Indeed, the homeowners were present. The officers found the lifeless body of 59-year-old family patriarch Chad Amato on the kitchen floor in a pool of his own blood, with close-range gunshot wounds to the chest. Cody was then found curled up on the staircase opposite the main entrance, dead in a large pool of blood. Finally, they discovered 61-year-old Margaret Amato sitting at her computer in the home office. At first glance, she appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on her arm, if not for the blood splatters on the monitor and the large spreading stain beneath her head. The murder weapon and Iowa Jericho 941 pistol discovered next to Cody's body were later determined by forensic experts to have his fingerprints, with no signs of breaking or external presence, and no items missing from the home. Cody appeared to have ended their lives and then shot himself in the chest, possibly as a result of a family dispute. However, smeared blood on the front door indicated that it was locked by someone leaving the house following the incident, implying that the perpetrator was not one of the deceased family members. Few people questioned the likely suspect. Those who knew or were connected to the Amato family mentioned their youngest son, Grant, who had gone missing since that evening. His car, a white Honda, and some personal belongings, including a laptop from Grant's room, were missing, implying that the owner had taken them. Grant was declared a person of interest, and a search was launched for his whereabouts. What is known about the Amato family? Margaret Ann Amato, née Wade, and Chad Robert Amato got married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, your senior Chad, was already raising a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad was undeterred by her having a child. Instead, he was prepared to raise Jason as his own. In 1988, on May 20th, 1989, the couple welcomed their first child, Cody, followed by their youngest son, Grant Tiernan Amato. The brothers had a close relationship since childhood. They grew up in a wealthy family and rarely faced denials. To earn certain privileges, they had to follow family rules, perform well in school, assist with household chores, and demonstrate good behavior. They strived to be the pride and support of their parents. Both parents had advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret was a senior operational manager at a prestigious private clinic. Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist but later specialized in software. The family was quite wealthy, living in a large suburban home and raising their own stable-bred thoroughbred racehorses as a hobby. Jason left home at the age of 18, went to university, and began his own life. He married, raised a family, and relocated to another state while maintaining close ties with his parents and younger brothers. Cody and Grant were almost inseparable. They went to the same school, played on the same sports team, and spent weekends at the shooting range with their father. The Amatos had an impressive firearm collection, including rare pieces that were only accessible to the family patriarch due to safety concerns. Grant, the family's youngest son, received the majority of everyone's attention and admiration, as is customary. As a child, he was frail and sickly, so everyone tried to show him love and care. He grew up to be a modest and shy boy who struggled to connect with his peers and relied solely on his brothers for friendship. Grant became especially close to Cody after their eldest brother, Jason, grew up and left the house. Following high school, the brothers pursued medical degrees together and eventually became anesthesiologists. Cody excelled in his studies, becoming the top student in his class, whereas Grant struggled and received low grades. Nonetheless, both were able to find jobs in their field at a hospital. Cody built a reputation as a dependable professional, but Grant was prone to making mistakes and needed his work double-checked. Grant's hospital career came to an abrupt end in the summer of 2018 when he was caught stealing strictly controlled sedatives that caused euphoria and hallucinations and were rarely used for anesthesia. The discovery prompted police action, and Grant was arrested. During interrogation, he admitted to the theft, claiming that he gave the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, were undertreated. Many people believed Grant was using or selling drugs illegally. Even though there was no direct evidence, he was immediately suspended and later fired. His criminal case for theft was eventually dismissed, reportedly due to parental intervention. He was unemployed and relied heavily on the internet. After losing his job, the 29-year-old man, who was already a loner, became even more isolated. He spent weeks indoors glued to his computer, primarily browsing adult websites. Grant had no girlfriends and struggled with social interactions with women, making him feel inadequate. He watched adult content and frequently interacted with webcam models on specialized platforms, attempting to fill the void of an absent personal life. This private interaction, of course, cost money. Grant could easily access funds from his parents' and older brother's accounts for these activities. This obsession quickly developed into an addiction, exacerbated by irregular alcohol consumption. But Grant seemed content with his lifestyle, relying on his family and spending their money without contributing anything in return. Eventually, his father issued an ultimatum: find a job soon or leave home and lose all financial support from his family. Grant promised his father that he would resolve the issue, but he had no intention of seeking employment. He stated that he would become a streamer, earning money by broadcasting video games. His parents, seeing this as preferable to nothing, agreed to set up a streaming station for him. Once everything was in place, Grant pretended to be streaming, requesting privacy. But in reality, he was locked in his room, indulging in his favorite pastime, browsing adult-only websites while on a trip to Japan. Cody took a vacation from work in August 2018 and decided to travel around the world for a change of scenery, with the goal of visiting Johan. He invited his younger brother Grant and his best friend Jeremy. Cody and Jeremy had saved up for the trip on their own. Grant's vacation was funded by their parents. However, instead of giving the money directly to Grant, they delegated it to Cody, who was more responsible. Grant appeared disengaged throughout the trip, which lasted nearly 2 weeks. He showed little interest in tours or landmarks, instead focusing on his smartphone screen. He often stayed at the hotel and used his brother's laptop. On the day the group visited Lake Kawaguchi near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in their hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, he hacked into Jeremy's account and withdrew thousands of dollars, which he spent entirely on private sessions with his favorite webcam model. Jeremy discovered the theft later but had initially suspected fraud. He was unable to identify the perpetrator and continued to investigate the incident after returning home, unaware that Grant was involved. Sylvia releases his lava. Now, Sylvie, let's get to the most intriguing part: the identity of the mysterious webcam model. Grant became obsessed with a website where Grant paid for private online interactions with various women. He met the stunning Sylvia and expresses his love for Ova from Bulgaria. Also known as Sylvie, she captivated him with her striking appearance, confidence, charisma, and passion. Sylvie made Grant feel special, loved, desired, and distinctive. He began to believe that her feelings for him were genuine and that they could form a real relationship. Brand was convinced they were in a relationship, and he needed to separate this fiery brunette from her other admirers. He spent hours and thousands of dollars every day to make sure she didn't have time for other men. Grant also showered her with gifts such as expensive lingerie and jewelry, which she wore during their video calls. Desperate to impress Sylvie Grant, she constantly made up stories, losing touch with reality. He claimed to live alone in a large house, own a profitable business, and could afford to lavish her with money. He supported his claims with money transfers, initially sending a couple of $1,000, $10,000, and even $100,000 as birthday gifts. Naturally, his parents were aware of his lavish spending because he was using their accounts. At first, he explained that it was an investment in his own online project to build an audience. However, Chad and Margaret soon realized their son was lying. A scandal escaped the rehab clinic, and a serious family feud broke out at home. The patriarch demanded that the youngest son pack his belongings and leave right away, but his mother and Cody stood up for him. The family recognized Grant's severe internet addiction. However, they were perplexed as to how he had spent nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A thorough search of his room revealed vials containing potent substances. Grant explained that he used them to avoid going insane. The parents announced that they would deactivate his accounts and send him to mandatory drug and internet addiction treatment. Grant responded by declaring that he was tired of everything and wanted to end his life. He then dashed out of the house, jumped into his car, and drove off at high speed in an unknown direction. Later, it was discovered that Grant had gone to his aunt and uncle's house, crashed through their fence, and hit the garage wall. Knowing about the turmoil in the Tomato family, his relatives sympathized with him and offered him a place to stay until things settled. He readily agreed, but the next day he robbed his kind-hearted relatives, taking thousands of dollars from their accounts to pay for interactions with Sylvie. When Grant's aunt and parents met, they asked her not to contact the police, promising to resolve the situation and return the stolen money. That same day, Chad personally went to their house and took Grant, who desperately needed help. Chad, Margaret, and Cody realized that reasoning with him was pointless, and if he left home, he was likely to commit theft again. They then presented the Grant with a different ultimatum: either go to a rehabilitation clinic for addiction treatment or face jail time for theft. Grant reluctantly agreed to enter the clinic, where he would spend 2 months free from temptation. He was admitted to the medical institution near the end of December 2018. A grown man's little secret. While Grant was in treatment, his parents checked his computer and discovered that he was spending thousands of dollars each day from their family accounts. They discovered the profile of Sylvie, the woman who had a profound impact on their son. After reviewing their correspondence and discovering hundreds of recordings of their intimate private online interactions, which were treasured and frequently revisited, the comatose decided to inform Sylvie that her admirer, who had showered her with money and gifts, was not a businessman but an ordinary unemployed man suffering from drug and internet addictions. They also stated that the funds transferred to her were stolen, potentially exposing him to criminal charges. However, Sylvie remained unconcerned for her. It was simply a job, and she had no intention of returning the money. Grant abruptly returned home on January 5, 2019, only a few weeks into his treatment, having completed less than a quarter of the required rehabilitation program. He had fled the clinic, where he was known for his complete lack of cooperation. Grant tearfully promised to change his life and find work, but he threatened to commit suicide if forced to return to the rehab facility. His parents agreed but imposed strict rules. Grant was prohibited from using the computer. He had to adhere to a strict schedule, and all of his earnings were closely monitored. He was also given a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For about 3 weeks, Grant appeared to comply, leading his parents to believe he had matured and overcome his addictions. However, everything changed on Thursday, January 24, 2019, when Grant persuaded his mother to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and post his resume on the internet. He hopes to find a more challenging job than his current warehouse position. Margaret trusted her son and let him use the laptop, making a fatal mistake. Naturally, Grant attempted to contact Sylvie, only to discover that his parents had already written to her, revealing the truth about him. He saw it as a betrayal. Furthermore, his parents had humiliated him in front of the only woman he loved, and they had to pay the consequences. The brutal dismantling of the family. Remember the previously mentioned home firearms collection? Chad had kept it in a large, special safe with a key he didn't trust. However, Grant was aware of another gun stored in his parents' bedroom, which his father always kept loaded, and he chose to use it. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when her youngest son quietly approached her from behind and shot her in the back of the head. Her body position indicated that she did not have time to turn around or understand what was going on. Next came his father, who was about to return home from work. Chad was confronted with Grant as soon as he entered the kitchen and was shot twice in the chest. Grant tensely considered his next move, devising an even more monstrous strategy. He decided to frame his own brother Cody, the only person who had ever defended him, assisted him, and been his best friend. Cody had already moved out of the family home and was living separately with his girlfriend. To bring Cody home, Grant used his now deceased father's phone to send several messages requesting that he return immediately, because something terrible had occurred. He didn't elaborate, knowing that this information would be enough to make his brother rush home from work. The Grant calculation was correct, and Cody did arrive, even leaving work early. When he entered the house, he only made it to the bottom of the second-floor staircase before being shot and collapsing. Cody did not die instantly. He had time to recognize the horror of the situation but was powerless to change it. After killing his family, Grant wiped his fingerprints off the pistol, placed it in his brother's hand to leave his prints, and then left it next to the body, making it appear as if Cody had shot their parents and then himself. The killer spent the rest of the evening calmly packing his belongings, downloading video files of his conversations with Sylvie from the computer, and even texting her. After completing his tasks, he loaded his belongings into the car and drove away. Arrest and trial. It took police just over a day to find and arrest Grant, who was hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was not surprised, rather disappointed that he had been discovered so quickly, but he vehemently denied any guilt. During his interrogation at the station, he told unbelievable stories about his father's extreme cruelty, alleging mistreatment of his mother and brother. Grant also discussed his father's attempts to separate him from his beloved girlfriend Sylvie, with whom he claimed to share true and pure love, following the events at their family home on the evening of January 24, 2019. His account was unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that his father and brother got into a fight. Cody grabbed a gun and killed Chad, with Margaret being an unintentional victim. Grant claimed he could only guess the chronology of these horrific events because he was not a witness, and that he spent the night in his car with his belongings after his father kicked him out. In the morning, he claimed he simply drove away, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred at home. His story seemed disjointed and unbelievable, and the evidence indirectly pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. As a result, Grant was arrested as the prime suspect in his family's triple homicide. He was held on a $750,000 bond and was unable to post it, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial began on July 15, 2019. Notably, almost all of the witnesses in court testified against Grant, including his older brother Jason, relatives, and Cody's friend Jeremy, from whom Grant stole money during their trip to Japan. Those who knew the defendant personally described him as a pathological thief, a liar, and someone who struggled with addictions. The main evidence against Grant was a large bank transfer from Chad's account to his younger sons. This transaction took place late at night, when all family members had already died. To confirm the transaction, the defendant used his deceased father's finger as identification. The prosecution advocated for the death penalty, while Grant's defense claimed that he was ill and needed treatment. The final verdict was issued on August 12, 2019. Amato, 30, was convicted of first-degree triple homicide and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10. the day before she vanished, she gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day, but everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried, he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes. It appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County grand jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in Windsor, Canada in 2018. Autumn Taggart, 31, lived on the third floor of this building with her son, Gavin. On June 10, the boy awoke and went into his mother's room. Her room was completely disorganized. He tried to wake up his mother, but Autumn lay motionless. The Autumn Taggart case received widespread attention, and Canadian police enlisted the assistance of their American counterparts to locate and apprehend the suspect. Autumn Taggart was a single mom in 2018. Her son Gavin was 9 years old, and they lived in Windsor, about a mile from the border between Michigan and the United States and Ontario, Canada. On Saturday, June 9, 2018, Autumn and Gavin spent the afternoon with the child's father, Chris Sherwin. Autumn maintained friendly relations with him after their breakup. They both did their best to ensure that the breakup did not have a significant negative impact on Gavin. At the end of the day, the three of them went grocery shopping before Chris drove Autumn and Gavin to their third-floor apartment. After that, Chris returned home. Before going to bed, Gavin played video games with his mother, unaware that the following night would be an unimaginable nightmare for him. Gavin awoke to a noise while it was still dark outside. He was startled and opened his eyes to see an unknown man standing next to his bed. Before leaving Gavin's room, the stranger instructed him to close his eyes and sleep. His mother's room was behind a wall. It's on the right in this image. After about a minute, Gavin heard her scream. The boy had never felt such fear before. A few minutes later, silence hung in the air. His mother stopped screaming, and he quickly fell asleep. When Gavin awoke, it was already morning, and he was getting out of bed. He first went to his mother's room. Everything there was shattered and destroyed. Autumn was lying on the bed. Gavin, 9, initially believed his mother was sleeping, but when he saw the blood on her nose, he knew she was dead. It shocked him. The boy was unwilling to believe it was true. He spent the first half of the day playing on the console and watching YouTube videos, attempting to distract himself from the fact that his deceased mother was lying in the next room. In the afternoon, he couldn't take the pressure anymore. He began crying and decided to tell someone about it. After entering his mother's room, he took her phone and used Messenger to contact his father. He texted him that Autumn hadn't woken up. Chris and his girlfriend drove immediately to Autumn and Gavin's house. After parking and exiting his car, Chris noticed his son standing behind a sliding glass door on the third floor. Chris did not have an electronic key to enter the building, so Gavin went downstairs and let him in. He asked his son to stay with his girlfriend while he investigated why Autumn hadn't woken up, then entered the apartment and the bedroom. Chris noticed that Autumn was very pale. She had bruises on her face and body, and her nose was bleeding. The man immediately dialed 911. The police and an ambulance arrived at the address he provided, but the paramedics were forced to declare Autumn dead due to the injuries on her body and the signs of a struggle in the bedroom. It was clear that it was not an accident. Investigators began searching for possible evidence in the apartment. Meanwhile, a child interrogation specialist speaks with Gavin and learns about the overnight guests who told him to sleep. The boy claimed he heard his mother's screams, but they quickly stopped. He described the man he had seen in his room at night. The boy thought the man was white, about average height, and had messy hair. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed, the boy testified. I believe he was thin, but not too thin. I believe he was skinny. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Autumn died as a result of strangulation. Someone beat her up before she died. Furthermore, there were injuries in her genital area and male DNA samples found on her body. Among other things, the police had to answer the following questions. How did the perpetrator enter the apartment? What was his motivation? And, most importantly, who was the man who entered the building? People required an electronic key. The police immediately ruled out the possibility that the killer was one of the building's tenants because Gavin knew all of his neighbors and the man he saw on the night of the crime was not one of them. In addition to obtaining an electron key to enter the building, the perpetrator had to enter the victim's apartment. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the door leading to Autumn's apartment. This could indicate that she let the perpetrator in herself or that she failed to lock the door. Eventually, the police will discard both of these assumptions after discovering evidence that the perpetrator climbed to the third floor. He began by ascending to the second-floor balcony and then to the third. The door was open, and he entered the apartment without difficulty. In addition to the DNA sample, the police discovered fingerprints whose owner they were attempting to locate. Only 12 days after the body was discovered did the police release the victim's identity in the hopes of receiving tips from the public. Authorities have urged anyone with information that could aid the investigation to contact detectives. On the night of the crime, someone noticed a new black SUV, possibly a Honda Pilot, in the parking lot next to the building. It was there until around 6 a.m. Detectives suspected that the owner of the SUV was involved in Autumn's death. They believed he first climbed onto his car's roof and then went higher from there. The building's corners have repetitive, decorative protrusions that could have served as steps for the criminal as he climbed from the second to the third floor. The crime happened at night, so investigators began looking into the activity of mobile phones in the area where Autumn lived. In this case, the fact that the crime occurred at night simplified the task because most people are asleep at that time. There were few phone numbers that were active near the crime scene. During the investigation, the detectives learned that one of the phone numbers belonged to Autumn's neighbor, despite living in the same building as Autumn. She stated during the police interview that she knew nothing. However, she was not only talking on the phone in her apartment, she had moved around the city several times and turned off the phone around the same time that someone had killed her. She was either in her apartment or close to it at the time. It was impossible to say for certain because there is always an error rate when determining the phone's location. But there was no doubt that this woman was concealing information from the detectives investigating the case. So they went to speak with her again. Her name was Michelle, and she insisted that she didn't know or hear anything. But the police warned her that if she withheld critical information for the investigation, she could become an accomplice to the crime. She therefore began to speak. She said that around 2 a.m. That night, a man they knew as Jay contacted her boyfriend, who was looking to buy an illegal substance and hire an escort girl. All three drove to the ATM, where Jay took out cash. They then gave Jay some of the substance. Michelle admitted that she and her boyfriend were dealing with the issues themselves. Jay eventually asked them to sell him more. Then, according to Michelle, she directed Jay to the parking lot near her building. The woman admitted that she and her boyfriend intended to rob Jay. When they arrived at the building, all three consumed illegal substances, and Michelle and her boyfriend decided to flee with the remainder. Interestingly, before fleeing, Michelle hid a bag of the substance in her genitals. Fortunately, there are no details on how she did it, but it's worth remembering this moment. It will be necessary in the future. According to Michelle, she and her boyfriend fled, taking not only the substance but also some of Jay's money. They dashed to the building's entrance and then went upstairs to their apartment, where they locked themselves in, sat quietly, and did not turn on the lights. Jay was unable to enter the building because he did not have an electronic key. He couldn't shout or honk because someone would have called the cops. Furthermore, according to Michelle, when they looked out the window, they noticed shoe marks on Jay's car roof. The man drove away around 6 a.m., and investigators assumed Jay climbed into the building to find the people who stole the substance and money from him, but he had no idea where Michelle lived. So he probably entered Autumn's apartment by mistake. The police now had the suspect's phone number and photo. These images are from a camera at the bank's entrance, where he was withdrawing cash to buy the substance, as well as an ATM camera. After checking the phone number, investigators discovered that his name was not Jay. The man's real name was Jitesh Bogle, and he was a 27-year-old Canadian citizen living and working as a car development engineer in Warren, Michigan. He also owned a black Honda Pilot SUV and used to visit Canada almost every day. To get to Windsor, he only needed to cross the river via bridge or tunnel. Authorities were able to track his movements and discovered that he had left Canada on the morning of June 10. The day Autumn died, he left the country and has not returned since. Jitesh sold his car after the police released details about the black SUV incident at the victim's home. The Canadian police contacted their American counterparts and asked for assistance. They learned that Jitesh was planning to relocate from Michigan to Washington State. His parents lived in Kent. After leaving a good job for unknown reasons, he returned to his parents' home. The fact that he decided to relocate, get rid of his car, and stop visiting Canada was very suspicious. However, the police required irrefutable evidence to arrest and extradite him to Canada. The Windsor police asked the U.S. National Security Agency to assist with the investigation and track the suspect's movements. The male DNA discovered on Autumn's body most likely belongs to Jitesh. To prove it, they needed to collect a sample of his DNA for comparison. Agents from the United States tracked the suspect's movements. They were aware that he was planning to relocate to Washington State and were concerned that he might leave for a third country. Jitesh also tried to change his appearance by removing his beard and wearing blue contact lenses. Fortunately, Jitesh was not particularly cautious. One day, he went to one of Warren's bars and drank. When he finished his last glass and left the bar, the agent seized the glass, obtaining a sample of his DNA. It took some time to compare it to the sample on Autumn's body, but the results were not unexpected. The victim's body contained male DNA that matched Jitesh Bogle. On August 17, 2018, more than 2 months after Autumn Taggart's death, Jitesh was arrested at his parents' home in Kent, Washington. The arrest surprised him. The man appeared to believe that the police would not track him down. The U.S. authorities have begun the extradition process to his homeland. In the extradition documents, the prosecutor stated that Jitesh was a threat to society, posing a flight risk and being unpredictable. Shortly after, Canadian police charged him with the murder of Autumn Taggart. The trial was postponed for an extended period of time due to country-imposed restrictions. It started in November 2021. There were 3 separate courtrooms, allowing for social distance. The main courtroom housed the judge, the prosecutor, the jury, and the defendant, along with his defense. The other 2 courtrooms featured large screens that showed the trial to Autumn's relatives and others. Jitesh Bogle pleaded not guilty to first-degree homicide, claiming that he accidentally killed Autumn. He described how some dealers stole money and an illegal substance from his car. It upset him, so he got out of the car to find them. He didn't remember much of what happened that night because he had consumed so much alcohol and other substances. He remembered climbing onto the balcony before entering the apartment. Autumn was asleep in her bed when he mistook her for Michelle, the woman who had robbed him. When Autumn awoke, she began screaming. He told her to stop making noise, but Autumn did not listen. He put his hand over her mouth, causing her to suffocate. According to the man, he realized he had accidentally killed Autumn after the scream stopped. He then performed CPR on her, but it didn't work. Jitesh couldn't remember how the genital injuries appeared on Autumn's body, or how he left her apartment. Jitesh and his attorneys asked the prosecution to dismiss the first-degree life deprivation charges because they believed it was an unintentional crime. According to them, Jitesh was unaware of his actions due to the large quantity of substances he consumed. The hand over the mouth indicates that they want to be quiet, not that they want to die. Bogle lacked the ability to form intent or understand the consequences of his actions. According to defense attorney Peter Thorning, there is only one explanation for his behavior: intoxication. It is true that terrible things can happen without our knowledge. That is what happened here. This death was unintentional. He was intoxicated or didn't realize that his actions would not result in death. He added, his lawyers also claimed that there was no evidence that the defendant had intercourse with the victim. This is an important consideration because it will have an impact on Jitesh's sentence. Yes, Autumn's body contained Bogle's DNA, but it was not seminal fluid. The lawyers believe it could have been caused by cross-contamination or DNA transfer from one surface to another. For instance, through a forensic expert's gloves. Bogle's lawyers attempted to persuade the jury that John Lasorda, who worked in the forensic unit during the investigation, performed his duties incorrectly by transferring their client's DNA to Autumn Taggart's body. Lasorda's role was to photograph the scene and collect any evidence that came into direct contact with the victim. Bogle's defense lawyer, Peter Thorning, suggested to Lasorda that rotating the body on the bedsheet, which the police seized, could result in DNA or fluid transfer from the body to the sheath, or vice versa. This is known as cross-contamination. It is not impossible, Lasorda stated during cross-examination. Thorning asked Lasorda if he had the necessary training to work as a forensic identification expert. Lasorda stated that he changed gloves between touching each piece of evidence and grabbing his camera to photograph it to avoid cross-contamination. Lasorda examined the evidence in Taggart's room, looking for fluids, urine, saliva, and sperm. Lasorda testified that the likelihood of actual assault increases when there is a deceased female victim compared to a male victim. The court heard that Lasorda discovered no fluid depositions consistent with a jewel assault. He admitted his examination of the body was limited because he was not a trained medical official, such as a coroner. Nothing overt on or around the body would indicate a sexual assault, Lasorda stated in court. He also stated that there were no visible signs of a struggle. Lasorda clarified in court that signs of a struggle would include broken furniture or glass, forced entry, tampered locks, or blood spatter, none of which were found in Autumn's apartment. However, the prosecutor held a different view. Recalling that Michelle hid the substance in her genital area, the prosecution claimed that the defendant was aware of it and searched for it in the same part of Autumn's body, and that even though he did so with his hand, nothing changed. He committed all of the assaults. You searched her, the prosecutor said, which is disgusting. I disagree, said Bogle. Why didn't he call 911? The prosecutor asked. Autumn stopped breathing. Jitesh responded that he was afraid the police would arrest him because he was sure no one would believe him. Nobody believed me. I barely believe myself. Bogle testified that he does not remember much of what happened in Autumn's room. He said he recalls performing CPR on Autumn after she stopped screaming. He previously testified that he remembered counting 5 or 6 ribs down before beginning CPR, and that he performed 15 compressions and 3 breaths. The prosecutor also disputed that the defendant's strangulation of the victim was accidental. After all, he could have simply placed his hand over Autumn's mouth to stop her screaming, but he also closed her nose, depriving her of the ability to breathe. And he needed to do it for a while, so he knew what he was doing. Autumn's son, Gavin, who has since turned 13, also testified at the trial. The boy testified at the trial? The boy testified in a separate room in the courthouse from the main room, which housed the judge, jury, lawyers, and accused. He was accompanied by a support worker as he gave his testimony. That was how he described the events of that night. Someone came into my room and said something I can't recall. He was kind of close. He also testified that no contact was ever made. When he left my room, it was quiet for a short while. Then I heard my mother scream that night. That scream lasted a while before ending. And then before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again and woke up. When the boy woke up in the morning, he went into his mother's room. Everything was knocked down, broken, and destroyed. My mom was sleeping. Well, that was what I thought at first, but there was blood on her nose, which led me to believe she had died. She was killed. He said I was shocked. He said I was shocked. I could not believe it. I cried, but I tried to cope with it. I simply went about my day unconcerned. The boy testified. He claimed to have spent some of the day playing video games and watching YouTube videos. The date was June 10, 2018. Later that day, he sent a message to his father using his mother's phone. I could not take it anymore. I needed to tell someone about it. Gavin said, Chris Sherwin Taggart, his former partner and their son's father, testified that he last heard from her via text message around 12:30 a.m. on June 10. In the morning, he texted again, but no one responded. At that point, he expressed concern. Later that day, he claimed to have received a text from Taggart's phone. He soon realized it was his son. A copy of the text messages was displayed in court for the jury to view. On December 1, 2021, a 12-person jury convicted Jitesh Bogle of first-degree life deprivation. They discovered no conclusive evidence that Bogle had intercourse with Autumn. I can't say we were not nervous. It's definitely the correct decision. Autumn deserved it. Her son deserved it. John Taggart, Autumn's father. Justice. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what we have. The family members hugged and expressed relief. On January 5, 2022, the court sentenced Jitesh Bogle to life in prison. He will have to serve 25 years before being eligible for parole. He appeared on video in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit and a black mask. He sat against a wall away from the camera while listening to the victim's impact statements. Finally, the judge asked if he had anything to say. It's difficult to express my sorrow and remorse, but I'm glad for the family that they have a sense of justice and can move forward. That day, a part of my soul also died. Bogle stated that we would still like to see the laws in Canada change from life to actual life, rather than 25 years and then parole. We want life to mean life for all victims, said John Taggart. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999, and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance, but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michelle Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. And it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vick was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vick was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vick was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vick was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the two cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. Another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Can the Collar family's crime be justified by a nervous disorder? Kansas passed legislation in 1995 stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. This law was enacted because, when brought to trial, almost every criminal attempted to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or was unaware of the consequences due to a mental disorder. The patriarch of the Happy and Large Collar family attempted to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was discovered to be sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for vengeance against the ex-wife who abandoned him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a global phenomenon. Statistics show that these motivations account for 1 out of every 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can transform a person into a true beast who harms even his own children. The Collar family story begins with James Craig Collar's birth in Weatherford, Texas, in 1963. Wayne White and Karen Collar, his future wife, were both born in the same city in 1965. They met as students at a Texas university in the early 1980s. Craig was graduating from engineering, and Karen was a freshman in humanities. They quickly found common ground and developed a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and looked like the ideal couple. Craig was a standout student in the late 1980s, known for his determination and engineering ability. Following graduation, they held a small wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child was born in 1991, and Lauren followed in 1993. They lived in a nice house in Weatherford and were quite wealthy by local standards. Craig received a lucrative job offer from a large utility company in Weatherford in 1999, while Karen was expecting her 3rd child. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Cian, whom he cherished. Craig used his increased income to purchase a large house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood, as well as a dependable family car. Karen remained at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family appeared flawless. Emily and Lauren were talented athletes and musicians who frequently competed in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and attended a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, aspired to attend a conservatory and pursue a career in music. Cian was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy who loved numismatics and aspired to be an archaeologist. Craig was very close to his parents and sisters, and he provided for his family. Karen made the house comfortable, raised her children, and baked delicious treats. They were involved in the community and worked to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful, talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, family members kept many problems hidden. Karen told her younger sister, Linda, in 2007, that she was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that his control was growing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, including not only major purchases, but also everyday household expenses. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts and bank transaction information, and she reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. Craig set a strict schedule for the entire Collar family. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be there to greet him. They went to bed, awoke, and ate at specific times, and even intimacy between the couple was planned. Craig's desire for control grew stronger over time. He became more demanding and selfish, and Karen's activities were planned down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She attempted to meet all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would relinquish control and they could return to their old lives. However, Craig appeared to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was very disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had pictured Craig as the ideal husband, father, and family man, but he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. Karen did not, however, want to destroy her family. Furthermore, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. As a result, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a consistent income. Karen's new hobby, despite her advanced age and 3 children, Karen maintained excellent physical fitness. She always followed good nutrition principles, tried new diets on a regular basis, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. She enrolled in a local fitness club without her husband's knowledge and began working out for several hours per day. It was her way of releasing stress, distracting herself, and organizing her thoughts. She went to the gym while Craig was at work, and Craig didn't notice her workout. The sports club's management quickly noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered the opportunity to try out as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could never have imagined such an opportunity, as she will now be able to do what she enjoys while also earning a decent living. Craig eventually found out his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and her husband to forbid her from going, but he responded calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found work and was now making her own money. His only requirements were that she be home when he arrived, prepare meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen accepted these conditions because they gave her the freedom to act and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify every penny she spent to her husband. Unexpected romance and a romantic triangle. Soon, the fitness club had a new instructor named Sonny Rice. Karen and Sonny quickly bonded and became friends. Karen, who'd been a stay-at-home mom for many years, was unable to interact with people outside of her family. Sonny became a trustworthy confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart conversations. It didn't take long before their friendship evolved into something more. Naturally, they concealed their emotions and relationships from everyone. Karen eventually decided that she needed to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, unsure how to begin or what the consequences would be. She eventually opened up to Craig. Although Craig was perplexed by his wife's revelation, he reacted calmly and did not cause a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sonny, but only if he could join them. Karen was taken aback by her husband's proposal and unsure how to respond. Nonetheless, Craig took the initiative and started courting Sonny by sending her flowers and small gifts. He appeared to see this as an opportunity to improve his intimate life and inject passion and new sensations into his marriage to Karen. The women initially agreed to his proposal, but quickly realized that Craig saw it as a game of dominance. Their unusual love triangle did not last long, and Craig was forced to accept that he was not welcome in their relationship. Craig, feeling insulted, demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sonny, sincerely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, Karen appeared to be ready to move on to a new relationship. A move to a different state and secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig determined that the best way to save his family was to relocate to another state. He started looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city adjacent to Kansas. Craig hoped that his wife's move to another state would put an end to her affair with Sonny and allow their family life to return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 was difficult for the family because the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's new salary was nearly double that of his previous position in Weatherford. However, with increased responsibilities and working hours, Craig naively believed he had permanently removed Sonny from his wife's life, but he was mistaken. Karen and Sonny maintained regular contact, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They'd drive to meet halfway and spend a few hours in a roadside hotel before heading home. Karen already knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was almost inevitable. These secret trysts lasted until December 2008. On New Year's Eve, the Collars returned to their hometown to see family and friends. Sonny was also present at the party. Karen and Sonny initially kept their interactions low-key, exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and people became more intoxicated, they appeared to lose sight of social norms. The couple was inseparable, holding hands and exchanging long glances. Some guests even caught them kissing. Craig was not only angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, exposing her affair. Craig created a scene at the party by verbally attacking his wife and Sonny. Craig became enraged and forcibly dragged Karen from the party. On the way home, he lost control. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her so hard that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, striking her to stumble and fall, striking her head hard, resulting in divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict persisted, and a few days later, Karen informed Craig that she was leaving him. She filed for divorce and demanded custody of the children. Craig initially apologized, begging to keep the family together for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. Karen, on the other hand, refused to give up and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, pleading with them to speak with Karen and persuade her to stay with him rather than disband the family. Despite his best efforts, she firmly informed him that she was leaving for Sonny and that she was never truly happy in their marriage in the early spring of 2009. While they were still living together, another argument erupted, and Craig used physical violence for the first time since the New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, who arrested him. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical and that he was the only one who held her tightly to calm her down, resulting in bruises on her arms. Karen moved out with the children after this incident, without waiting for an official divorce. Craig was dealt a serious blow, but he was even more enraged when he discovered that his daughters had sided with their mother, claiming that for the first time in a long time, he saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily or Lauren, instead calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while completely ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig remained hopeful that his wife would reconsider and return to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her around. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, hoping to go undetected, and even attempted to install a hidden camera in her home when no one was present. Naturally, all of this required time and effort. As a result, Craig was forced to give up work. First, he took a vacation. Then he claimed to be sick, and finally, he began skipping work without explanation. His reckless behavior led to his dismissal. Craig was forced to move into his parents' home after losing his job and source of income due to a lack of funds. With so much free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day, prompting her to take her ex-husband to court to prevent him from approaching her horrible Thanksgiving. Karen took her children to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Berlin, Kansas, on the evening of November 29. The Berlin Game Police Department received a call reporting a suspicious van and the sound of gunfire. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's house. A man got out and entered. They then reported hearing screams and gunshots, but they are unsure. The man then left the house, got back in his truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not try to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When the police arrived at the house, they were greeted by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. Sean Collar was unable to explain what had occurred. However, it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the officers inside near the front door. Despite having 2 gunshot wounds in the kitchen, the 89-year-old homeowner was found alive in a pool of blood. Karen, 44, was found dead by police. She was shot in the chest and then killed with a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had abandoned her with no hope of survival. Emily, her oldest daughter, was found dead between a wall and a couch. She had apparently attempted to flee from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and killed her with 2 blank shots. Lauren, her younger sister, lay in a pool of blood in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was still alive, begging faintly for her life, and repeatedly claiming that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately taken to a nearby hospital's intensive care unit. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives were not saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1 from massive blood loss and organ damage, while her great-grandmother died a few hours later. Cian, the only surviving witness, was in shock. Psychologists assisted him, but he required a thorough interrogation as the sole living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's home. He explained that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to request his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered holding a shotgun. Without speaking a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife, shot her, and then moved closer to fire again. For the initial few seconds, Cian was frozen in horror as his father turned to face him, but he did not aim. Instead, he stared silently and intently at him. Cian realized he needed to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy dashed toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for assistance. However, as he approached the threshold, he heard several additional gunshots. He took refuge in a small outbuilding because he was afraid to enter the house. He heard several more shots and waited in fear for his father to come after him. Mr. Collar Craig was immediately added to the wanted list, with warnings that he was armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, allowing them to quickly determine the gunman's direction of travel. At one point, the man left his vehicle in a wooded area and started walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the following morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, while prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lay next to the driver's seat. Mr. Collar did not resist arrest. He didn't appear to care anymore. He appeared perplexed and even terrified, and he openly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he thought the police were already aware of. When he was taken to the police station, Craig immediately admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He revealed that his wife had cheated on him with Sonny and humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party. His efforts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what remained of his self-esteem. The man cried, saying he had no idea why he had taken such a drastic step and that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and a just sentence. Craig's trial started in December 2010. The defendant, after consulting with his lawyer, Thomas Haney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only way to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. He attempted to persuade the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife abandoned him for a lover. His children supported their mother, and he lost his job, forcing him to return to his parents' home. According to the lawyer, all of these factors contributed to Mr. Collar's breakdown, and he committed the crime while insane, unaware of his actions. Prior to 1995, there was a law that allowed criminals to obtain leniency by claiming insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime occurred and the trial was held, the law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution discovered no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, just cold calculation. He had already purchased guns and ammunition before going to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was present. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance for survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Cian, allowing him to flee. In August 2011, the man was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to death. Cian, who was 12 years old at the time, testified during the final hearing. He stated that he did not want his father to die because he was his only remaining close relative. Despite numerous appeals from Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. Mr. Collar remains in prison today, fighting to have his case reviewed and his death sentence overturned. Cian, after the deaths of his mother and sisters, was officially detained by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has completed his education, and has decided to live and work in his home state. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful, so Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisbee visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them. and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisby didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisby's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisby's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisby's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisby and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm. and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivieri told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivieri told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivieri confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivieri agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivieri did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivieri at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivieri informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivieri, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivieri was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivieri being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivieri. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivieri, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivia Rivery, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivieri claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivieri's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisby provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivieri's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivieri firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivieri used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivieri to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisby believes Olivieri will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisby stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age. And while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue card. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Leglighter, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thumber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and two other friends whom he did not know very well. The four of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thumber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber, his father, told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the car wildlife area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thunber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thunber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All three people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cowley Wildlife Area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thunber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, and I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves. That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their 2 children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable, As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop, but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw two psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife, and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. "Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why? Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder, Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke Co. found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed, and at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, they were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. "I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done. Especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the greatest love story of all time." Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. It's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was shaken by the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was discovered dead in his home, and the severity of his injuries indicated that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against him. The Patrick de la Cerda case is an example of a near-perfect, elaborate and planned crime that may have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was identified almost immediately, there was no direct evidence to prove his guilt. As later claimed, investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, knew from the start that it would be a true detective worthy of a screen adaptation. What happened? Who is Patrick de la Cerda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, one of Florida's most picturesque cities. His mother, Patricia Runza, was born and raised in France, while his father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain. But in the 1980s, he moved to the United States, where he married and had a son. The de la Cerda family was extremely friendly and cheerful. Patrick grew up in an environment of love, caring, and mutual respect. He was a very nice, intelligent, and sociable guy who did well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and had a lot of friends. Furthermore, the boy was very close to his parents from childhood, and they spared no effort or money to ensure that their son received a good education and grew up to be a worthy man. The family patriarch had spent his entire life working in the construction industry and was a highly skilled professional. The family was not wealthy, but they were well off by city standards. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to pursue a career in construction to continue his father's legacy. When the young man was in university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years of marriage. It should be noted that they parted in a quiet and peaceful manner, with no scandals, property division, or other issues. The mother relocated to the quiet town of Deltona in the state's east and remarried shortly thereafter. The adult son decided to stay in Miami with his father, where they both work and are well known in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained close and friendly to one another. They were constantly in contact with one another, calling and communicating on a regular basis, and we were always available to assist when needed. Patrick paid regular visits to his mother in Deltona, where he told her about everything going on in his life, including his joys and experiences meeting the girl of his dreams. Due to his French and Spanish heritage, Patrick had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with fair sex from a young age, but it had always been an example of the family in which he grew up, so he did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright mutual feeling and his own strong family. De la Cerda met the girl of his dreams by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts find each other. He registered and created an account at the suggestion of a friend, but he didn't fully believe that he could meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, he was browsing the site's girl profiles without much enthusiasm when his attention was drawn to a photo of a searing brunette with an unusually bright appearance. She had big, bottomless eyes and a lovely smile. Patrick was completely enchanted and decided to write to the stunning stranger. She responded to his message, and they began to communicate more comfortably. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida, which is located in the state's central region. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the local universities to study banking, and after graduation, she worked at a bank branch in her hometown of Orlando. Jessica was also immediately drawn to the handsome young man. They exchanged phone numbers after a few days of active correspondence on the website. For the next few weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about anything. The couple quickly established mutual sympathy and trust, so the young people decided to meet in person. Because they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a location about halfway between them for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized Jessica was the girl he had been looking for, and now refuses to let go. She liked him right away, and Jessica was perplexed by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia recognized the joy and excitement in her son's voice and knew he was serious. She was happy for him, This long-distance relationship lasted several months and posed a significant problem, because the couple could only see each other on weekends and in neutral locations. Usually, they rented a hotel room in a cozy, secluded location and simply enjoyed each other's company. However, everyone flew home on Sunday night because they had work the next morning. Marriage proposal. To be closer to his sweetheart, Patrick relocated to Deltona, where his mother lived, in December 2017. He purchased a house in a quiet neighborhood and began repairing it, preparing a cozy nest for his chosen one's move. Jessica couldn't leave work right away, so they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On New Year's Eve, when the couple met, the young man decided to surprise his girlfriend. He set up fireworks in the backyard of the house, and, as Jessica watched the fireworks, she got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was overjoyed and, unsurprisingly, agreed with him. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for an engagement ring for a long time, but had not found the right one in any of the jewelry stores. He believes that none of them are attractive or refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available in order to make a proposal before the new year, but then ordered another from the jewelry workshop, an exclusive ring designed by the young man himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and upcoming housewarming were underway. Their parents approved of the couple's decision, and they were ecstatic to be embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The young people intend to hold a lavish celebration in Miami on the Atlantic Ocean's shores, or in France, the groom's mother's homeland. On February 27, 2018, Patrick's father, Max de la Cerda, got a call from a courier. The father's phone number was added as an additional contact. The courier confirmed that his son's order had been delivered to the specified address, but the customer does not open the door or answer the phone. This was so unlike Patrick, so the father was immediately concerned. However, because he was at work at the time, he was unable to pick up the order while also checking on his son's well-being. Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica, and his voice was filled with anxiety as he explained that he could not reach his son. Jessica had attempted to contact her fiancé since the morning, but he did not return messages or make calls. When she mentioned this to Patrick's father, Max concluded that something had happened to Patrick. Jessica immediately dropped everything and dashed to the groom's house. When she pulled up, she immediately noticed Patrick's car in the driveway, indicating that he hadn't left. She had her own key. Jessica entered the yard and called out to her lover several times. However, there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and discovered a terrifying image. Her fiancé lay practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no sign of life. Jessica immediately called 911, but when paramedics arrived, they were unable to help Patrick and declared him dead. By the time the cops arrived, Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months prior. When one of the officers approached her, she simply looked at him and told him she knew who had murdered her lover and destroyed her entire life. A wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend can help you understand this difficult situation, and to understand who would want to kill a young guy who appears to have no enemies or ill wishes, you must go back in time to when he and Jessica first met. The girl was then in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who ran his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory while she was a student. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young ladies' heads. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to luxurious resorts. Jessica believed she had found her one and only love, but she soon noticed some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to exert control over his girlfriend by closely monitoring where she went and who she communicated with. If Jessica had an admirer, he quickly got rid of him with threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her very little about himself. This relationship lasted nearly 8 years, and Gregory never revealed his chosen one to his family or friends. Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house, and they only met, spent time together, or went on vacation when he wanted to. He argued that he was extremely busy. Jessica, of course, wanted to have a normal family and have children. But Bender insisted that it was not yet time for that, and when she tried to end the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and proposed marriage. Jessica agreed, but nothing had changed. They continued to live apart and only saw each other when the groom said so. Gregory was involved in a car accident that left him in a hospital bed. Jessica rushed over to him when she heard about it, but first she stopped by his house to get some items for Gregory. Jessica encountered a woman she had never seen before and inquired as to her identity. Rather than responding, the stranger asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and announced that she was the bride of the house's owner. The woman then laughed and showed her the ring, claiming to be Bender's legal wife, Damara Sanchez. Bender? After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately end her relationship with the businessman who had cheated her for so long. However, the boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising to divorce Damara in the near future so that they could marry. She renewed her faith in this man, but time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Jessica became tired of this affair and filled out a questionnaire on a dating site where she met Patrick. After beginning to communicate with him, she made the firm decision to end her relationship with Gregory, which she informed him of, but he refused to let go. Obsessive stalker. Bender initially persuaded Jessica to return to him and try to restart their relationship, promising to divorce his wife. He then proceeded to make threats and harass others. When he realized that all of this was pointless, he decided to look for a rival about whom he knew nothing. He had to hire professionals to hack into Jessica's account and discover who she was communicating with. Gregory began sending Patrick threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, whom he referred to as his fiancée, after discovering his identity and obtaining his contact information. Patrick did not react to the threats and remained calm, believing that the situation would not escalate beyond threats. But Jessica was terrified because she realized her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a wealthy and well-connected man with an extensive collection of firearms at his disposal. Jessica suggested that Patrick end their relationship before anyone was hurt, but he refused. Then they decided to contact the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple obtained a restraining order against Gregory, preventing him from approaching them or attempting to make contact in any way. Gregory was also ordered to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things settled down for a while, and the lovers began to believe that the stalker had left them alone. Jessica, on the other hand, persuaded Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she was concerned that Gregory would break the bane, conduct a crime scene investigation, and test the first theory. But let's return to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, the criminalist immediately ruled out the robbery theory and stated that, based on the nature of the mutilation, this murderer had a personal motive and literally despised his victim. A 25-year-old man was found with gunshot wounds in his thigh, chest, and head. The experts also discovered injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs to the second floor. Investigators suspected that the killer had snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his leg. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, firing another bullet into his chest before killing the victim with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not discovered, but it was a rather uncommon model of pistol that was difficult to obtain. The first shell casing was discovered on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were discovered downstairs, but the 4th casing was not present, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it with him, possibly as a trophy. Despite Jessica's claims that she knows who killed her fiancé, the first person suspected was the murdered man's neighbor, with whom he had a serious disagreement a few months prior. The man was a combat participant and veteran of the United States Army who was injured and severely concussed during the war, resulting in a mental disorder. He was an expert with firearms and could easily obtain a rare model of gun in December 2017. The veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the neighbor was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his condition. After he returned home, he continued to follow Patrick, calling him a spy and promising to expose him. The mentally ill neighbor may have a motive based on his unhealthy imagination. So the man was detained and decided to interrogate Patrick. He made no secret of his dislike for him. However, at the time of the murder, He had a complete alibi, which was confirmed by several people looking for evidence and attempting to provoke the perpetrator. So the original version of the robbery was canceled because everything in the house was in its proper place and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks containing recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, making it impossible to determine who entered and exited the house that day. In addition, no evidence was discovered at the crime scene. Forensic experts were unable to locate a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was meticulously planned, and while the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was responsible, it appeared at the time that he would get away with it. The police decided to go undercover and ask Jessica to call her former lover and invite him to a candid conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation, dialing Bender's number and making a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried, and repeatedly asked why he had done it. However, Gregory appeared to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't know. When Jessica revealed that he had killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised, and after expressing his condolences to the ex-girlfriend, he attempted to persuade Gregory to confess in order to enrage him or force him to make a mistake, but it never worked. The police had no reason to stop or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he followed the restraining order and appeared to have let his ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes. While the investigation was treading water looking for leads, the police received a call from Daymara Sanchez Bender, who claimed to have important information about the Patrick de la Cerda case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, during which she stated that shortly before the crime, she noticed a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, I discovered a detailed plan of some stranger's house, along with a strange algorithm of actions. She had not paid attention to it at the time. However, when Daymara saw a news report about a young man's brutal murder and the story showed the plan of his house, she immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators that this information gave the police enough reason to search the alleged perpetrator's home. The mysterious notebook about which the businessman's wife spoke was found in the office, but the pages containing the house plan and other records had been removed. However, they were quickly discovered in the office. But, in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty, he simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them away. Apparently, he was confident that his house would not be searched because the sheets of paper contained no evidence against him. In addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself, indicating that the criminal had planned extensively and thoroughly, working out every detail. It was specifically mentioned that the phone should be turned off, gloves should be worn, and shoe soles should be lubricated with a special compound to avoid leaving traces on the floor. The records revealed that Gregory followed his victim, knew when Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory disposed of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only disappointed because his own records had not been destroyed in time, and by his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was discovered on the table in a cigar box that the gunman was supposed to have taken as a trophy. Forensics determined that it was the same shell casing from the crime scene. The trial and defense attorneys attempted to shift the blame onto Jessica, but the evidence was sufficient to arrest Gregory and begin the trial. The main issue was that all of the evidence found could be considered circumstantial, because the criminal weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever visited the victim's home, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial didn't start until May 21, more than 3 years after the atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had enough time to fully prepare for the case. The businessman was upbeat and appeared to believe he'd get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her long-term relationship with Gregory, including how she discovered he was married and attempted to end it, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. She provided saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all of the blame to Jessica. The defense claimed that Jessica provoked Gregory with her behavior by registering on a dating site and beginning a new relationship while still in a relationship with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Jessica was also accused of mercantilism, with some claiming that she enjoyed receiving expensive gifts from wealthy suitors. In the main evidence sheets containing records of the murder plot, the lawyers described it as a fantasy of a wounded man seeking vengeance on his rival. At the same time, the defense claimed that the defendant's involvement in the crime was limited to plans and fantasies, so no traces of him were discovered. Furthermore, the lawyers claimed that the search of their client's home was illegal and violated, so the second evidence was a shell casing that he could simply plant in the process. The crime weapon was also not discovered, and Jessica identified the model of the gun from a picture, claiming that she had previously seen it in her boyfriend's collection, but she could be mistaken because she was not well versed in weapons, according to her ex-wife's testimony and final verdict. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man who had previously appeared indifferent suddenly became animated and confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and appears to have changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She erred in her testimony, citing forgetfulness, and finally stated that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted his ability to commit murder. Despite defense attorneys' attempts to challenge the legality of the defendant's home search, his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and a lack of direct evidence, the jury found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and will never be eligible for parole. As the judge read the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica, seemingly without blinking. He was literally glaring at her, making her feel sick and nearly causing a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother and, at one point, started sobbing and choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal the verdict and have the case reviewed, all of their appeals were denied. Not least among these factors was the case's widespread societal resonance, because a wealthy millionaire businessman murdered a simple working man in cold blood and attempted to evade justice. Patrick de la Cerda's story received widespread media coverage. Gregory Bender is still behind bars at the moment. Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and will continue to live for Patrick and honor his memory. She wears the ring that he gave her as a gift. In addition, Patrick never gave her the exclusive piece of jewelry he promised. Jessica has a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On June 8, 2018, fishermen on a commercial vessel near the Long Island Strait spotted something unusual in the water. A closer look at the deck revealed it to be a man's body. The fishermen immediately reported their discovery to the Coast Guard. Police arrived at the scene and recovered the body of a young man from the shore. They observed unexplained bruises and abrasions on the body. Spencer McPherson, who had been reported missing a few days prior, and his girlfriend, Sophia McKenna, were later identified. Spencer's body was sent to be examined in order to determine the cause of death. The autopsy results showed that drowning was the cause of death. Experts discovered no signs of violence, and all injuries were attributed to water. It is important to note that the specifics of the autopsy were not revealed. Spencer and his girlfriend disappeared over the same weekend. 2 other men have gone missing in the area. Their bodies were eventually discovered to have drowned as well. The police initially believed these were tragic accidents caused by unfavorable circumstances, which resulted in the young people drowning. There were no other theories about the incident considered at the time. The body of Spencer's companion, Sophia McKenna, was never discovered. This mysterious story unfolded on the night of May 27, 2018. Groton is a small town in Connecticut, northeastern United States. The case remains unsolved, leaving more questions than answers. The story's main characters are 2 young people who decide to go for a walk and visit the lighthouse in New London, which is located on the banks of the Thames River and is regarded as a mystical place by locals. The historic lighthouse, built in 1909, is well known for rumors of strange occurrences associated with the ghost of its first keeper, Ernie. According to legend, his beloved abandoned him, and in despair, he committed suicide by jumping from the lighthouse's rooftop. Since then, both residents and visitors have reported strange occurrences at the lighthouse. Some report unexplained phenomena, such as doors and windows opening spontaneously, while others report bedsheets slipping off beds. Sailors have reported radios turning on for no apparent reason and ships mysteriously unmooring from the shore. As a result, the lighthouse has become the subject of numerous television shows devoted to paranormal phenomena. Although these claims are rumors, the location continues to entice visitors with its mysterious and unusual aura. Spencer and Sophia were among those who had long wanted to visit this mysterious lighthouse and set out on the eve of Memorial Day. However, something went wrong that night. What exactly happened is unknown to family members, and police can only speculate based on the limited information available. On Saturday, Sophia McKenna's friend Austin attempted to contact her but received no response. He didn't think much of it at first, knowing Sophia had a habit of sleeping late. However, after several hours of unsuccessful calls and messages, Austin became concerned. He contacted Sophia's mother, Michelle, to see if Sophia had called her the night before. Michelle hadn't checked her cell phone because her younger daughter had been playing with it all morning. When Michelle finally checked her phone, she discovered 7 missed calls from an unknown number. When she attempted to call back, she reached Spencer's voicemail, a friend of her daughter's, and realized the calls could have been from Sophia. Michelle attempted to contact Sophia, but also received no response. Panic set in, and she and Austin immediately started looking. Austin called all of the local hospitals. Michelle filed a missing persons report, and the police contacted Spencer's family. They discovered that his relatives were also concerned because he did not show up for an important family gathering and did not respond to their attempts to contact him. They went to Spencer's apartment but found no evidence of his presence the previous night. Spencer's father was aware that his son had met with Sophia the evening before, which concerned him and his wife due to Sophia's problems. Spencer's mother mentioned that her son had planned to go fishing with a friend, but she suspected he was lying and intended to meet Sophia that evening. She last spoke to her son at 10 p.m. When he wished her a good night, he realized what had happened. Spencer's family also reported his and his girlfriend's disappearance to the authorities. Around 6:30 p.m., police began searching for the missing youths. At the time, Austin contacted the sheriff, informing him that he knew where Sophia and Spencer had been the previous night. He explained that he knew this because he had let Sophia go there. Austin also mentioned that he came across a video posted by Sophia on Snapchat the night before. Sophia had taken the video with Spencer's mobile phone while they were on a boat heading towards the lighthouse. The footage captured the back of a young man rowing towards the lighthouse. Everything looked good, and they seemed to be having fun. Sophia later posted this video to her Snapchat account. Later, at 2 a.m., a photo of Sophia was posted on Spencer's chat. She was posing playfully against the concrete barrier of the lighthouse in the background, which was marked with a "Do Not Cross" sign. What happened just minutes after this photograph is a complete mystery. Spencer's mobile phone made the first call to Michelle Sophia's mother at 206,208, 5 minutes after the photograph was posted at 2:05 a.m. The last call was at 209. Michelle, who was asleep at the time, did not respond to any of the calls. There were no voicemail or text messages left, and the 911 service received no calls from that number that night. The photos and videos posted by the young people confirmed that they were at the lighthouse. As a result, the police immediately dispatched 20 Coast Guard units to the scene. The Coast Guard's firefighters and police conducted searches by air, sea, and land. The police made their first discovery on the university campus, Sophia's car. They discovered her cell phone inside the car. Meanwhile, on the same night, the Coast Guard discovered the t-shirt Spencer was wearing in the video. The police speculated that Spencer may have used it to anchor the boat to the shore. The search continued through the night and the next day. Soon after, a storm broke out, and state officials announced that the search for the young people would be halted until new leads or indications of their possible whereabouts emerged. This decision shocked their family and friends. However, they continued their own search efforts, posting pictures and disseminating information about Spencer and Sophia's disappearance throughout the city. They asked the public to report any available information. Despite the large crowds on the streets at the time of the young people's disappearance, no witnesses came forward. The family's search lasted several days. However, all the questions remained unanswered. What happened? Why was Sophia repeatedly calling her mother? Why didn't she leave a voicemail or contact the police? There were numerous speculations and assumptions. Could they have ingested something illicit? Indeed, they had violated the law by stealing a boat from campus and traveling to the lighthouse without permission. Sophia most likely feared being held accountable and therefore chose not to contact the police. She and Spencer had already run into legal issues a few days before. Spencer had been arrested for driving under the influence, and Sophia was facing charges for aggressive behavior. Perhaps for this reason, she chose to contact her mother rather than the police. However, it is unknown what other circumstances Sophia faced in her life. She may have been panicked and unable to think clearly at the time. People's reactions to such situations can be unpredictable. Meanwhile, detectives attempted to reconstruct the events of the day. May 26, 2018 began as a typical day. It was sunny and warm, and the upcoming weekend promised plenty of entertainment. The city was preparing to celebrate Memorial Day, a national holiday. Sophia had the day off, but Spencer was scheduled to cover a colleague's shift at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. After that, the young couple planned to meet and participate in the city's festivities. Sophia and Spencer planned to spend the rest of the day together, including a visit to the mysterious lighthouse, which is known for its paranormal phenomena, which they were eager to witness for themselves. The details of what happened after Spencer's shift ended are unknown. It is unclear where they went, or if they met anyone, and there is no indication whether they drank. However, it was determined that Sophia parked her car at the University of Connecticut campus around 2 a.m. and, for some reason, left her cell phone in the vehicle. Perhaps she forgot about it, or it was out of charge, so she chose not to take it. The pair then illegally took a 14-pound sailboat with no master engine and only oars. They pushed it into the water and proceeded towards the lighthouse, navigating the rocky shores. Clearly, it was dangerous given the lack of safety equipment. Most likely, they were not afraid to embark on this journey because Spencer was confident in his aquatic abilities. He had been an excellent swimmer and boat handler since he was a child. That is all the investigators were able to gather about the events of that night. On Monday evening, while scanning the area from a search helicopter, the police discovered a white and blue sailboat stuck in the rocks, covered in dust. The vessel was 12 kilometers west of the lighthouse. According to 30 p.m., this was most likely the same boat that went missing from campus, possibly used by Spencer and Sophia. Although this was not proven conclusively, fingerprints were discovered on the boat, but they were never analyzed or the results made public to determine whether they matched the fingerprints of the young couple. There were also disagreements over the type of vessel used. Initially, it was reported as a kayak, but later information indicated that it was a white sailboat with a red inscription. In their search for clues, investigators thoroughly investigated Sophia McKenna and Spencer Mugford's backgrounds. Sophia McKenna was born on March 7, 1996, in North Stonington, Connecticut, around the time of the incident. She was 21 years old and lived in Groton, Connecticut, USA. She was Michelle's first marriage daughter, and she grew up with her younger sister Grace and older brother Justin. Sophia was very caring towards her siblings, whom she adored. Sophia was a happy and intelligent child with unique characteristics. She was active, full of energy, and lived a vibrant and fulfilling life. Her parents' divorce, which occurred when she was 6 or 7 years old, had a profound psychological impact on her life. Sophia was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in high school, which caused her to become depressed. This mental illness is characterized by extreme mood swings such as manic episodes or hypomania. Sophia experienced emotional lows such as depression, sadness, and melancholy, interspersed with manic episodes of euphoria. These mood swings could have an impact on her behavior and ability to think clearly. Sophia received medication and psychotherapy to help her symptoms. Unfortunately, there is no cure for bipolar disorder. It poses a challenge to both the patient and their family. Sophia's daily life was significantly impacted by her illness. Her behavior became unpredictable, and her life was chaotic. She had unstable relationships, and the people she interacted with frequently demonstrated complex behavior. Sophia and Austin met in 2015. She captivated the young man's heart right away with her bright and cheerful personality. He pursued the attractive Sophia with passion and persistence, and they soon began a 3-year relationship. However, Sophia and her mother both found this relationship unpleasant. Michelle Austin was a problematic young man who was aggressive and used anabolic steroids in sports, making their relationship unstable. The young couple frequently argued and yelled at each other, sometimes to the point of physical confrontation. Because of her mental health problems, Sophia was usually the instigator of these conflicts. Austin's aggressive outbursts caused Sophia to sustain injuries that necessitated hospitalization on several occasions. Sophia discovered Austin's infidelity about a month prior to the incident and decided to end their relationship. They did, however, maintain sporadic contact. Despite her difficulties, Sophia attempted to move forward. She was a very attractive young woman, and she briefly worked as a model for a local company advertising their jeans. This helped her fund her education. She eventually graduated as a massage therapist and found work at the Red Door, an exclusive spa in a luxury hotel. It was here that she met Spencer Mugford, a 20-year-old colleague. Spencer, a native of Florida, was a sea enthusiast and experienced swimmer who worked as a sailing instructor. He came from a loving family with high expectations for his future. Spencer and Sophia quickly bonded over common interests and wavelengths. They reportedly dated for some time, but neither of their families approved because the young couple was constantly in trouble. According to Michael, Sophia's mother, she was very concerned about Sophia's well-being, especially since Sophia and Austin continued to meet and consume alcohol on a daily basis. Sophia's relationship with Spencer eventually ended, and they decided to remain friends. The exact reason for this is unclear, but Sophia appears to have returned to her ex-boyfriend Austin. Despite this, Sophia and Spencer continued to spend a lot of time together, both at work and outside of it, including on their final day of searching, when a fisherman discovered Spencer's body. His family published an obituary in the local media. Sophia's family did the same, but they remained hopeful and continued their search. They repeatedly tried to recall the events preceding the disappearance, attempting to determine what the young people did that evening and whether they met anyone on their final day. However, no new information has emerged. Spencer's phone was never found, and the police did not provide cell operator records, so it was unclear whether he made any other calls besides those to Michelle's number. Cameras at the lighthouse and campus were reportedly not operational. As a result, there were no video recordings of what happened that night. It was also revealed that the lighthouse was never checked, despite the fact that authorities should have done so immediately following the couple's disappearance. Sophia McKenna's close relatives set up a Facebook page called Searching for Sophia McKenna in July 2018 to keep the case in the public eye. The page served as a platform for sharing information, brochures, and requests for information from the public. Weeks after the disappearance, an unusual incident occurred. Michelle received a message from Sophia's social media account requesting money while the police were in possession of Sophia's phone. This message raised suspicions about a hacker's involvement. The investigations into Spencer's death and Sophia's disappearance came to a dead end. The police produced no conclusive findings. Unofficially, several theories about the incident circulated. One involved Austin, Sophia's ex-boyfriend, and his potential role in the young couple's disappearance. Some speculated that Austin might have attacked Sophia and his friends assisted him in disposing of Spencer. Their tumultuous relationship, marked by frequent arguments and physical altercations, was a topic of public debate. Michelle, Sophia's mother, witnessed several of their arguments a month before she vanished. Serious issues arose when Sophia discovered Austin's infidelity on May 8, 2018, and ended the relationship in what could have been an act of revenge or a fresh start. Sophia dated another guy and brought him to her apartment. Austin, enraged, rushed to her apartment, where neighbors saw him banging and kicking the door and hurling insults at Sophia. Sophia opened the door after approximately 15 minutes of silence, assuming Austin had left. However, Austin was still present, attempting to push Sophia into the apartment. Fortunately, Sophia was able to close the door quickly. Neighbors heard him threaten to cut her throat if she did not open the door. When police and Michelle arrived, Austin was arrested. The next day, May 9, a court order went into effect. Sophia mentioned Austin's previous attacks in her statement and included photos of her injuries. She expressed concern for her safety due to his stalking. A restraining order forbade Austin from being in the same vicinity as Sophia. Sophia later felt guilty, and the restrictions were eased. Austin was no longer allowed to share an apartment with her. The man with Sophia at the time refused to reveal his identity and did not cooperate with the police. Michelle initially claimed Spencer was with Sophia, but later changed her statement. However, a colleague Sophia trusted confirmed that it was him. Sophia and Spencer's coworkers confirmed that they were in a relationship at the time of their disappearance, behaving as a couple both at work and outside. Witnesses also described a situation at the hotel in which Austin Sophia's ex showed up at her workplace and publicly threatened her. Nonetheless, Austin and his father took part in the search for the missing couple, using a private helicopter and distributing flyers with their images throughout the city. Austin claimed on social media that Sophia had been his girlfriend for 3 years and that she had no romantic relationship with Spencer, only friendship. Many people found it odd that this post seemed to emphasize Sophia's association with him rather than her disappearance. On July 10, Sophia's family and friends organized a memorial day for her. Austin went to the event with Michelle and later shared a now deleted message on social media. "Rest in peace, baby, we'll see you soon." These actions sparked concern among acquaintances. Austin told authorities that he spent the entire day with Sophia on May 26 and that they continued to meet despite the court order, even making plans for the following day. A friend of Austin stated that around 3 a.m., on the night of the incident, Austin texted Sophia, claiming to be at the gym with a friend. However, this was doubtful because gyms are closed at that time here. His family maintained that he was at home before going to the gym. An undisclosed witness claimed that Austin and his brother were invited to a party that day. Austin had planned to go, but later messaged that he was tired and would be unable to attend. This raises questions about Austin's whereabouts during Sophia and Spencer's disappearance. With no clear answers, Austin's acquaintances described him as temperamental, which may have been exacerbated by steroid use. There were rumors that Austin, his brother, and a friend had connections to the Groton police. In addition, a woman from Austin's family allegedly married the police chief, who was investigating Sophia's case and had received complaints about police violence. However, the credibility of these claims made by Austin's friend with a criminal record is doubtful. The following day, a YouTube channel dedicated to Long Island disappearances posted a video about Sophia. Austin deleted all photos of them together from his social media. This action caused confusion, especially since Sophia's fate remained uncertain. One theory is that Austin had found a new girlfriend and wanted to avoid any complications. However, the complete removal of all photos featuring Sophia appeared unusual. Furthermore, when Austin met with investigators just days after Sophia's disappearance, his involvement in the search seemed to wane. He appeared calm and composed, not visibly distressed by the loss of someone close to him. However, this is insufficient evidence to support any accusations against Austin. People respond differently to stress. One theory holds that Sophia was murdered to prevent her from testifying against Austin in a domestic violence case. Without her testimony, there would have been insufficient evidence, and the case could have been dismissed. This is precisely what occurred in the summer of 2018, when the case against Austin was dismissed. It's worth noting that Austin is not officially a suspect. This theory is still speculative, and the investigation continues. Another theory holds that Sophia and Spencer may have encountered dangerous individuals at the lighthouse. It was a busy day due to the holiday, but witnesses either forgot or didn't think the information was important, so no one reported it to the police. Sophia's mother speculated that her daughter had been kidnapped or a victim of human trafficking, but there is no evidence or ransom demand to back up this claim. The police also considered the possibility of an accident caused by reckless actions or decisions. The young couple set out in an unprepared boat, without life jackets, into strong currents. When they arrived at the lighthouse, they anchored the boat using Spencer's t-shirt. They took photographs before realizing the boat had drifted away, relying on his swimming experience. Spencer may have underestimated the water's low temperature. The darkness, which can distort distance perception, may have led him to believe the boat was closer. Physically exhausted from his workday and the swim to the lighthouse, Spencer might have drowned. Sophia tried to call her mother for help after realizing she couldn't see or hear Spencer. In desperation, she may have jumped in to assist Spencer and drowned as well. Sophia is not a strong swimmer, so she is unlikely to jump into such conditions. However, under the influence of alcohol, she may have made an irrational decision. It's also possible that she was walking on the narrow ledge of the lighthouse, trying to find Spencer when she stumbled and fell with her phone, being swept away by the current and drowning. These theories remain relevant, though others exist. None is the official version, and there are no suspects or perpetrators circulating primarily on social media. Sophia's family and friends continue to look for her, desperate to find out what happened and where she is. In 2019, an independent detective discovered several bones near the shore and immediately reported them to police. However, the investigators who arrived at the scene determined that the bones were of animal origin. The remains were never collected, and because of the high cost, no forensic examination was performed to determine whether they were human. There are numerous aspects of this case that raise concerns and necessitate a thorough investigation. After all, this is about a missing person and a distraught family looking for answers. Sophia undoubtedly deserves more search efforts. Several bodies of other missing people have been discovered in these waters, but not Sophia's. No new information has emerged in her case, and the mystery of what occurred that night at the lighthouse remains unsolved. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brianna Warren, a young woman, was awakened abruptly by an unexpected phone call at 1:45 on December 18, 2013. In the morning, she picked up the phone and found her best friend Heather on the other end, sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with her ex-lover, Sydney. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret for their own breakup and urging Heather to start over. Brianna inquired as to why Heather had answered his phone call. The number turned out to be unknown, prompting Heather to pick it up. After listening and briefly calming her friend, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently recovered from the difficulties of their breakup and should not get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to return to sleep and rest, and they exchanged goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is frequently regarded as an ideal place to live. This region is well known for its beautiful beaches, with Myrtle Beach being particularly beautiful and popular. Aside from the beaches, there are dense forests, vast rivers, and numerous friendly towns to explore. On December 19, Horry County Police discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a remote area along the Waccamaw River. Peachtree Landing was approximately 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This location served as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, little-known road that was rarely traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and discovered that it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his home. They knocked on his door and told him about the found car. Terry was at home, watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter Heather. Terry attempted to contact Heather by phone, but she was unavailable. He agreed to accompany the police to the Peachtree Landing for further investigation. Terry was surprised to see his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, but he was not initially concerned about her safety. He assumed the car had been stolen because it was strange that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened and thoroughly inspected the vehicle. They discovered no personal items in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone. Terry's concern grew, so he attempted to contact Heather again. "I'm still not getting a response." He called the restaurant where she works. Heather had not shown up for work, according to the manager, and she was not scheduled until the following day. Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something had gone wrong. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was discovered were not considered crime scenes because there was no evidence of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nonetheless, authorities decided to conduct a missing persons investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land while divers investigated the riverbed. During the search, human remains were discovered in the forest. However, they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Investigators searching for leads investigated the missing woman's background. Heather, 20, was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She shared a close bond with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father mentioned that their family has always been close and supportive of one another. Heather was independent, but she remained close to her father, communicating with him every day by phone in 2011. Heather told her family that after graduating from St. James High School, she wanted to live with her best friend, Brianna Warland. Her parents were fully supportive of this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and wanted to be a cosmetologist. Heather's younger sister Morgan revealed that her interests included makeup and working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also well known in her town for her kindness, carefree attitude, and positive outlook. Her friend Brianna observed that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she always had a positive attitude. Heather was described by another friend as sociable, free-spirited, and enthusiastic about life. She was always determined to live life to the fullest. Heather had spent the previous year in Myrtle Beach with her best friend, Brianna. She was doing well in her studies, and everything seemed perfect. However, everything changed when Heather had a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt, which set her on the path to tragedy. Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant one warm June afternoon, while chatting with customers, taking orders, and transporting trays to the kitchen. She ran into Sidney Moore, a 37-year-old father of 3 and handyman. Sidney owned a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach and had received an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather was instantly drawn to the man. Their interactions increased after that day. They discovered that they had many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, saying she was drawn to older men. By the end of July, Heather had begun sending intimate messages to Sidney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also told her friends and co-workers about Sidney, revealing that he was the same person she'd mentioned on Twitter. Sidney liked Heather's attention and began visiting the restaurant on a regular basis. They frequently entertained in the kitchen while Sidney worked on appliance repair. By July, their relationship had most likely progressed from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by Heather's 2 tweets sent within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, while in the other, she stated that she was too deep to stop. Heather's co-workers were aware of her feelings for 37-year-old Sidney, and they began gossiping about their relationship. One co-worker later admitted that everyone was aware of their relationship and disapproved because Sidney was married. Furthermore, they frequently addressed Heather by different names, and once decided to play a joke on her. 2 colleagues called the restaurant and pretended to be Tammy Sidney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Sidney began to appear more frequently at the restaurant. She was constantly bringing Heather coffee and sweets, sitting in the dining area, and waiting for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple frequently discussed their relationship with friends, and Sidney even told acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife relocated to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sidney's plans, and they all thought it was strange. The lovers were constantly on the phone and frequently drove to remote and secluded locations in their cars for intimate calls. Heather knew this was a toxic relationship. Sidney repeatedly told her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave. However, it appears that these were empty promises. Heather's friends warned her that Sidney was only using her. By mid-September, Heather appeared to be aware of her situation. On September 21, she tweeted that an angel and a demon fell in love, but it did not end well. Perhaps that was the day she attempted to end her strange relationship with Sidney. The turning point came when Tammy Sidney, 34, discovered her husband's secret affair after 34 years of marriage. She called Heather and started humiliating her on the phone. Heather's roommate, Brianna, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather had tolerated the insults for a long time. Tammy once claimed that Sidney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and she even had Sidney tell her this over the phone. Sidney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she is unimportant to him and an easy target. Naturally, this upset the girl. Sidney and Tammy made her feel terrible and almost completely destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy held a commanding position in the Moreer household, dictating where and when Sidney should work and controlling all of his activities. Helms also stated that Tammy was enraged by the betrayal and could not forgive Sydney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sydney and tying him to the bed at night, preventing him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and forced him to get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sydney agreed to everything in the hopes of preserving his marriage and family. Brianna Tammy claims that her attacks went beyond phone calls and turned into systematic acts of hatred. Tammy began making repeated phone calls to Heather's workplace, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sydney's phone and send pictures and videos of the two of them together, including intimate moments. Heather wrote Sydney a letter begging him to stop Tammy's harassment, which was causing problems at her job. She was saddened and upset by how the man she loved treated her. Heather tried everything she could to get her life back on track, including starting to attend church with her best friend in early November. Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages, demanding that she provide her address. Tammy warned Heather that if she did not comply, she would find her and impose severe consequences. Tammy also stated that she had been monitoring Sydney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. Heather was completely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't let her go, especially since her relationship with Sydney had ended and she wanted to forget everything. Heather told her friend that Tammy appeared to be obsessed with her. Things finally settled down by the end of November. More than 2 weeks after Tammy's threatening messages arrived, Sydney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford Phone 150 SUV. With more family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, free of Tammy's threats. Heather also experienced a happy event in her life when she was able to land her dream job as a makeup artist at a beauty salon. She was supposed to start work before Christmas. Heather was overjoyed and eagerly shared the news with her friends and family. However, fears began to emerge in her life, which could only worsen her problems with Tammy. Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed in early November that she had gained weight unexpectedly and quickly. Heather became concerned that she might be pregnant with Sydney's baby. Angered and terrified, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Heather's manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that she was desperate about the situation and feared Tammy would do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be incorrect. Heather had no idea if she was pregnant with Sydney's child at the time. Heather's best friend also stated that when Heather took a pregnancy test at work in early November, she had not been intimate with anyone other than Sydney. Despite her concerns about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather remained optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a new start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had met briefly but was genuinely interested in. Heather and Steve met on December 17 at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to see the Christmas lights. They eventually stopped at a nearby parking lot, where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the caption, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later stated that they had scheduled a second date and he dropped her off at her Carolina Forest apartment. Detectives struggled to find specific clues or leads around 1:15 a.m., so they decided to create a timeline of events preceding Heather's disappearance on December 17 and 18. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was discovered and suspicions were dismissed. Heather's family and friends were surprised to learn that, while they were working hard to find the girl, they were also reaching out to the general public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts. Tammy Moore, at the same time, became active on social media and continued to insult Heather. On December 20, Brianna and her restaurant colleagues told police about Sydney and Heather's affair, causing outrage and drawing the attention of investigators leading the investigation. Detectives summoned Sydney for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved throughout the interrogation, claiming that he was not near the Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17-18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was traveling with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives suspected he was lying but needed proof. That's when investigators looked into Heather's call history and phone records, and they discovered the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day she vanished, They attempted to establish Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, Heather received a call from an unknown number on December 18 for only 5 minutes. Heather then repeatedly attempted to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she dialed the number 9 times, indicating her desire to speak with someone she knew. The police were able to determine the exact location where the call was made. There was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage revealed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call before admitting that he called Heather to request that she leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and the situation but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather led an inappropriate lifestyle and that her behavior was abnormal. Tammy contended that the issue was not only Heather's infidelity, but also her overall behavior. Based on their suspicions, detectives decided to check all of the neighborhood's security cameras, which quickly yielded evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was caught on video purchasing a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked if the test was for him, the man responded that it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence was discovered later. Footage from cameras installed along a remote stretch of road leading to the Peachtree Landing. These tapes featured a Ford Phone 150. It's very similar to Sydney's vehicle approaching the location where Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. After about 10 minutes, they leave the area. Experts later confirmed that the SUV seen on video belonged to Sydney. He was the last person Heather spoke with, and investigators believe he was the last person to see her at the Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to create a timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone called the payphone number Sydney was using, but there was no answer. She then went to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, which is not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes before heading towards Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to her Longbeard and remained there for an additional 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sydney again but received no answer, so she went to her apartment and stayed for 5 minutes. Sydney's phone received another call at 3:25 am, which he answered, and they spoke for 4 minutes until 3:37 am. Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, and she attempted 3 times to call Sydney, all of which went unanswered. The last call to Sydney was made at 3:41, and by 3:42 the phone had been disconnected. Security footage of Sydney's vehicle served as incriminating evidence. However, additional compromising evidence was discovered during a search of the Moores' home after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores removed their home video surveillance system on December 20 and replaced it the next day. Although investigators were unable to obtain footage from the previous system, they did seize recordings from the new one. The video shows Sydney and Tammy thoroughly cleaning the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis's disappearance, police made a breakthrough in the case. On February 21 that year, Sydney and Tammy Moore were arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder, despite the fact that Heather's body had never been found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to testify. The police continued their search for Heather's body because they lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute the felony charges. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped. However, the kidnapping charge remained. Debbie, Heather's mother, was disappointed that the charges had been dropped but relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and learn the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped that it would motivate potential witnesses to testify. Finally, Sydney Moore's 5 months in custody aren't the end of it. In 2017, he was convicted of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sydney and Tammy were scheduled to stand trial for Heather Elvis's kidnapping. The case sparked intense public interest and received extensive media coverage. In 2019, 6 years after Heather disappeared, several lengthy court hearings were held, during which numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision, and justice was served. Sydney and Tammy Moore were convicted of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The Moores were sentenced to 30 years in prison, each for their crimes and the associated conspiracy. The husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sidney requested to speak in court. Despite the conviction, he remained adamant about his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, saying that their daughter was a wonderful girl and that, as a father, he regretted the tragedy that had befallen her. He admitted that he could not undo what had happened between him and Heather. But nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview following the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this was not the end, and that Sidney and Tammy would eventually reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere young lady who suffered at the hands of deceitful and cruel men. Heather's loved ones organized a campaign on her birthday in the public park where her car was discovered. Residents in the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were donated to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and to assist her family in their search for their daughter and discovering the truth. Heather Elvis' body has yet to be found. Every year on her birthday, her family posts missing person announcements in the hopes of attracting attention and keeping her and other missing people's memories alive. Debbie Heather's mother stated that she could not find peace until she knew what had happened to her daughter. She remains hopeful that her persistence will help uncover the truth and that someone will eventually tell them what happened to Heather. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the second floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them: the neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy, and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber Fawn's younger sister revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in, but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrators captured. Due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family, many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nanolabs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason: they were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, They may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the three suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victims' relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with two younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed, and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone refused to identify himself and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, A distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. But what had happened? Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it. But when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives, who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The Problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade down his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt. But now, as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark's story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left in plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, A very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot Donna rant, her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act. As terrible as it sounds, Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum, even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous, She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car. as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the Baum family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternate and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Katerina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Katerina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Katerina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Beaumont. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Beaumont was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bowman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The family of a well-known Australian businessman was found dead in their family mansion. From the very beginning of the investigation, detectives faced a nearly complete absence of evidence and suspects. However, soon unexpected details emerged in the investigation, altering the course of the case and revealing a truth that not only shocked the relatives of the deceased but also stirred public outcry. The Minin and Yun lines had immigrated to Australia from China to pursue higher education. They met during their time at the University of Sydney and later got married, establishing their permanent residence in Newcastle. In 1994, their daughter Jun Lin, commonly known as Brenda, was born, and she was soon joined by 2 sons, Henry and Terry. In 2002, the Line family opened a kiosk on Rose Street, selling various news publications, newspapers, and magazines. Gradually, their small business began to prosper and generate a substantial income. The family was highly respected within the community, known for their hard work as their store operated 7 days a week, and they were seen as loving and caring parents. Their eldest daughter Brenda grew up to be beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Henry was very sociable and had a strong interest in sports. While the youngest Terry kept up with his older siblings, the strong family bonds were reflected in their outward success as their business thrived. The family's income from the store had already reached around $1 million per year, making the Line family one of the most prosperous and respected in North America. Having achieved success in their business, Min Line and Yun Line assisted relatives from China in relocating to Australia. Lily's sister had been living in the same house as her sister and her family since she moved to Australia, helping to raise the children. Min Line organized the relocation of his parents, and the elderly couple settled in Maryland, located a 30-minute drive from North Ephesus. He also helped his sister Kathy and her husband Liam bin Ai, known as Robert, with their move. Kathy and Robert, after an unsuccessful attempt to start their own restaurant business, settled in North Epping, living just a few minutes' walk from the Line family's home, and both of them worked at Min Line's store on the morning of July 18, 2009. The store's regular customers were alarmed to find it closed without any prior notice. This was highly unusual since the store had always been open 7 days a week. Concerned about this, one of the store's loyal patrons contacted Kathy to inquire about the reason for the store's closure. Kathy was unaware of why her brother hadn't shown up for work and failed to notify anyone suspected that Min Line might be ill. In response, Kathy and her husband went to her brother's home upon approaching the house. They discovered the front door unlocked inside the house. When they reached the second floor, they were met with a gruesome crime scene involving the Line family. Kathy immediately reported the discovery to the police, leading to the revelation of the Line family's demise. Police swiftly arrived at the scene and found the lifeless bodies of 43-year-old Yun Line, commonly known as Lily, her two sons Henry, aged 12, and Terry, aged 9, as well as her 39-year-old sister Yan B., known as Irene. Blood splatters were discovered throughout the house from floor to ceiling. In the initial hours of the investigation, the police became suspicious of Manlin, the head of the family, as his body was not found during the examination of the house. Investigators also noted the absence of another family member, the eldest daughter of Jun Lin, known as Brenda, upon inspecting the crime scene. It became apparent that the assailant had not entered her room as there were no traces of blood and the room remained untied. 2 hours after the police arrived at the scene, a man's body was discovered under a blanket on a bed next to Lily, indicating that Lin's family's head was not a fugitive but had become a victim of the attack. To ascertain the identities of the deceased, investigators had to turn to forensic examination as their faces were so disfigured that their relatives could not identify them. The police began a thorough examination of every corner of the crime scene, but at that point they had no leads regarding the motive for the crime or the identity of the perpetrator initially upon examining the bodies. Investigators believed that the assailant had shot the victims in the face from close range. Given the extent of their disfigurement, however, later, the results of a forensic examination revealed that the victims had been brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt, heavy object, likely a hammer. Additionally, 4 out of the 5 victims exhibited signs of asphyxiation, indicating that they had been strangled before succumbing to their injuries. The time of death was estimated to be between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Police learned that on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, a large family dinner had been organized at Min Lin's parents' home, attended by the entire family, including Kathy and Robert. According to the parents' accounts, the dinner proceeded in a warm and pleasant atmosphere, with everyone enjoying their time together. The only family member absent was Brenda, who was 15 years old at the time she had left on a school trip to study the French language in New Colonia with Cheltenham Girls High School, and had learned about the brutal murder of her entire family through Facebook. This incident created a media frenzy and shocked the community. Many North Epping residents were personally acquainted with the Line family and were deeply saddened by their tragic demise. The public funeral for the Line family took place at Olympic Park on August 8, 2009, with over 1,000 people coming to bid farewell to the family after the funeral, despite Lan's parents offering Brenda to live with them. Kathy and Robert insisted on taking custody of the girl, citing their advanced age and swiftly formalized guardianship. Brenda returned to school, and Kathy and Robert took over the management of the store. The police continued their investigation, which was filled with rumors and speculations. One theory suggested that the initial intention of the perpetrator might have been a robbery gone awry. Another theory implied a connection to the Chinese mafia, as a few days prior to the murder, Minin had witnessed an armed robbery of a cash and transit vehicle near his store. It was believed that he was killed to prevent him from testifying, and the rest of the family became unintended victims. However, the investigation could not find any evidence linking the crime to the robbery witnessed by Mine. The idea of a home invasion was also swiftly ruled out as there were no signs of forced entry and nothing had been stolen from the house during the investigation. It became evident that the murders had been meticulously planned, and the absence of any foreign fingerprints in the house, except those of the family members, led investigators to believe that the killer likely wore gloves given that the murder weapon was not found at the crime scene. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator had carefully planned the crime and had taken steps to dispose of the murder weapon. Detectives hypothesized that to maintain control and prevent the hammer from being dropped during the attack, the assailant likely had it attached to their wrist in some way at the crime scene. 24 bloody shoe prints were discovered, which were determined to correspond to a shoe size of 9.5 in American measurements, indicating that the assailant acted alone. Investigators speculated that the crime was most likely committed by someone close to the family, who had access to the house, was familiar with the layout of the rooms, knew the location of the circuit breaker and alarm system, and was aware of Brenda's absence from the house. This idea was supported by the fact that the killer did not enter Brenda's room as no traces of blood were found in there. The brutality of the crime led investigators to consider that it was driven either by intense hatred or overwhelming passion. Despite their suspicions, investigators still had no concrete idea of who might be involved in this crime. Extensive interrogations of potential witnesses yielded no valuable information. Mel's parents, as well as Kathy and Robert, were questioned multiple times, but no significant information regarding potential wrongdoers was obtained. Kathy and Robert held a press conference organized by the police, urging the public to share any information they might have about the case. However, for several months, the investigation seemed to be at a standstill. The immense public pressure on the police demanded a swift resolution to find and punish the perpetrator. Consequently, a special task force was established within the police department, consisting of the most experienced investigators. They decided to re-examine all the evidence in the case that had not been thoroughly analyzed before. During the review of a recorded phone call between Kathy and the emergency services operator, towards the end of the call, the police noticed some unintelligible muttering in the Cantonese dialect. This recording was quickly translated, revealing a woman pleading with her husband not to leave her alone in the house, because she suspected the perpetrator might still be inside. Investigators found it peculiar that Robert had left his wife alone at the crime scene without checking whether the aunt was still in the house or not. This raised suspicions that he might have known for certain that she was safe and that the aunt had already left the premises. As a result, investigators decided to scrutinize Robert more closely, shifting the focus of the investigation in this direction and searching for additional evidence. During their investigation, detectives discovered that Robert had unrestricted access to the Line family home as he had a key to it. Furthermore, he had a motive for committing the crime. After moving to North Epping, Robert struggled to establish himself in a business and had to work as an employee for Line. Following the Line family's death, all of their assets were transferred to Brenda, but as she was only 15 years old at the time, the legal guardianship of the girl meant that Kathy and Robert had control over all the family's assets, and business police learned that almost immediately after taking custody of Brenda, Robert pressured Min's parents to vacate the house that Minlin had purchased for them. Police suspected that Robert, humiliated by his own failures and driven by jealousy, harbored a plan to seize the fortune accumulated by the Lin family through years of hard work. Despite Robert being the primary suspect in the case, the police only had suspicions against him in the hope of obtaining more substantial evidence. Investigators installed surveillance cameras in his residence as part of a covert operation that continued for 6 months. In May 2010, during another round of questioning with Kathy, investigators intentionally broached the topic of the bloody shoe prints found in the house. She disclosed that Robert wore 6 shoes in size 9.5. This revelation was a breakthrough for the investigation because the A6 shoe model was rare, as it had been discontinued in 2005, and these shoe prints were discovered at the crime scene. Just a few days after this, Robert was caught on hidden cameras inside his home, cutting up several AAC boxes, moistening the torn cardboard bits in a bucket of water, and flushing them down the toilet. Armed with this information from the surveillance cameras, the police obtained a search warrant for Robert's house. During the search, investigators discovered a stain marked as number 91 on the garage floor beneath a chest of drawers. Subsequent laboratory analysis revealed that this stain was human blood containing a complex mixture of DNA, including at least 4 out of the 5 victims. Experts also determined that the composition of this stain matched the blood found in the victim's house on May 5, 2011, almost 2 years after the crime was committed. Robert was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was remanded in custody without the possibility of bail. His trial did not begin until May 2014, and he pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. The prosecution presented a wealth of new evidence against Robert. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in the case was the testimony of an informant from prison, who revealed that while awaiting trial, Robert had confessed to him. He admitted that on the night of the murders, he left his house without his wife, noticing he had given her a large dose of sedatives. Additionally, he shared that he had purchased the murder weapon, a hammer, from a budget store in town, knowing that the store had dummy surveillance cameras, ensuring there would be no evidence of the purchase. Robert also confessed to a cellmate that he had struggled to dispose of the hammer for a while, fearing he might be caught on surveillance camera recordings. Robert's defense attempted to convince the jurors to disregard these testimonies, suggesting that the witness may have had ulterior motives, such as reducing their own prison sentence in exchange for their testimony. In the end, the entire body of evidence came down to the informant's words against Robert's consistent denials. Despite the compelling evidence in the case, it seemed like the trial might fall apart and the court would not reach a verdict. However, a sudden and unpleasant revelation during the trial changed the course of the investigation. Brenda confessed to her attorney that Robert had subjected her to sexual abuse for many years, starting when he and his wife moved to Sydney and her family was still alive. When the girl moved into his home after her parents' deaths, his vengeance only intensified. Intensified revelation led to the suspension of the trial for further investigation and the uncovering of these newly disclosed facts. Several months later, in August 2014, the second trial began. The prosecution now argued that Robert was driven not only by jealousy and greed, but also by a sexual obsession with his niece. Despite all the evidence against Robert, the defense continued to assert that he was the victim of public pressure on the police. They also cast doubt on the nature and timing of the garage bloodstain, suggesting that it could have entered the garage floor after Robert and Kathy discovered the bodies at the crime scene, and Robert might have accidentally stepped on blood while wearing the same shoes. Ultimately, this trial was postponed due to the judge's illness. In February 2015, the third trial began, which again led to no conclusive verdict as the jurors failed to reach a unanimous decision. In December of the same year, Robert was released on bail after spending nearly 5 years in prison without a conviction. The fourth trial began in June 2016, and once again, the jurors could not reach a unanimous decision. It wasn't until January 12, 2017, during the fifth hearing of the case, that the court delivered a guilty verdict, sentencing Robert to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole in June 2020. Robert filed an appeal, which was denied on February 21st. He is currently behind bars but has never admitted his guilt in committing this crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In 2016, a story broke that shocked everyone with its cruelty. A young woman was stalked by her ex-boyfriend, who grew more dangerous with each day. At one point, she had to call the cops. But what happened next shocked the whole of Britain. Today, we'll tell you what happened to Alice Ruggles. Alice Ruggles was born on December 24, 1991, precisely one day before Christmas. Sue Hills and Clive Ruggles already had 2 children when she was born, and another boy joined the family later on. They lived in the tiny English village of Tor Langton, in Leicestershire County. The village was very close-knit, and the older children always looked after Alice and her younger brother. Alice joined the local school's drama club and quickly fell in love with acting. She performed in numerous theatrical productions, and all of her teachers recognized her natural talent. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Alice enrolled at Northumbria University to study design. After receiving her diploma in 2014, she relocated to Gateshead and began working for Sky, a major British media company. Alice rented an apartment with her roommates because it was difficult for her to afford separate housing initially. Alice, 23, met Harry Dillon in October 2015. He found her Facebook account through a mutual friends page. They began talking and quickly grew fond of each other. Harry was from India and came to the UK as part of a student program. He moved from a local Indian university to Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. After finishing his studies, he chose to stay in England and join the army. After some time, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he began communicating with Alice via Facebook. They first exchanged messages, then began calling each other several times a week, and eventually formed a relationship. They eagerly awaited Harry's return to Great Britain so they could finally meet. When it happened, they went on a few dates, and Harry impressed Alice. They had a great time, and their mutual attraction grew even stronger. However, after a few weeks, they were forced to separate again. Harry had to return to Afghanistan for 2 more months, after which they intended to continue their relationship. The couple continued to communicate online until Harry returned to England in April. He lived on a military base in Edinburgh, nearly 200 kilometers from Alice's home. But Harry tried to pay her a visit whenever he could. Months after Harry returned to England, Alice invited him to a family celebration, and it appeared that their relationship was strengthening. However, over time, acquaintances began to notice significant changes in her behavior. Previously, she was always cheerful, sociable, and optimistic, but something was changing in her every day. Alice became withdrawn and depressed, and she stopped spending time with friends. She even stopped communicating with them on social media, and no one knew what was going on with her. Alice became increasingly irritable, and she even got into a fight with her apartment neighbors. She packed her belongings and moved into her colleague's apartment. Alice's family and friends began to suspect that her new boyfriend, Harry, was responsible for these significant changes. She was initially reluctant to discuss her relationship issues, but they became impossible to conceal over time. Harry was not the kind and caring man he had appeared to be in the first few months of their relationship. The longer they were together, the more he attempted to control every aspect of Alice's life. Harry was against her hanging out with friends or speaking with other men, even if they were old acquaintances or colleagues. He began to monitor her social media conversations and repeatedly accused her of wanting to cheat on him. Harry would throw a tantrum whenever she spoke to friends or planned to go out with them. What was even more intriguing was that Harry began openly cheating on Alice, meeting women on Tinder for one-night stands with no commitment. After that, he frequently mentioned these women to Alice in an attempt to make her jealous. It even got to the point where one of these women messaged Alice on social media in August. At that point, the young woman decided to end her relationship with Harry, but he refused to let go. He bombarded Alice with messages and phone calls, using any means necessary to get her back. He initially expressed his love for her, cried on the phone, and promised to change for the better. Then he began openly manipulating the young woman, promising to end his life and blaming her for everything. It even escalated to direct threats. It turned out that Harry had secretly photographed Alice while she was changing clothes, and he threatened to post the photos on the internet if she did not return to him. In the end, Alice chose to ignore him, and Harry changed tactics. He began calling her friends and relatives, requesting that they reason with the young woman. Recognizing that this was also ineffective, he began sending her letters containing poems about his love for her. However, he soon returned to threats and blackmail, but Alice continued to ignore his letters. Later, it was discovered that Harry had hacked her Facebook account and was monitoring her correspondence. He discovered that Alice had been communicating with a man named Mike since September, who was an army officer and was in another country at the time. Harry was infuriated. He began writing to Mike, claiming that Alice was still in love with him and sleeping with him, as well as saying various negative things about her. But Mike was already aware of Harry and paid no attention to his words. He continued his relationship with Alice, and it appeared that the young woman had gotten out of her situation with Harry. She regained her sociability, cheer, and happiness. Unfortunately, this did not last very long. On September 30th, Harry left her a voice message begging her to answer the phone. Alice ignored him, so he decided to go to her house. The man drove 2.5 hours from his military base to her apartment, but then acted strangely. First, he rang the doorbell and ran away. Alice was at home, but she did not open the door because she couldn't see anyone through the peephole. The situation occurred several times. A few hours later, Harry climbed over the fence and approached the window in her bedroom. Alice lived on the first floor of a 2-story home with a fenced yard. Harry knocked on the window and hid, leaving a box of candy and a bouquet on the sill. But what happened terrified Alice. She knew right away that Harry was responsible for everything. Furthermore, as she approached the window, she noticed a man hiding outside her field of vision. But that was not all. While hiding in her yard, Harry recorded several creepy voice messages, the contents of which caused Alice to panic. One of them began with the words, "You said guys like me end up killing people." He then repeatedly stated that he did not want to kill her. Alice got the impression from his tone of voice that he was primarily trying to persuade himself of what he said. Finally, he wished her good night and departed. All of this was enough for Alice to call the police. After what had happened, she began to seriously fear for her life and didn't know how else to defend herself against Harry. The operator gave her 2 options for resolving the issue: obtain a restraining order against Harry or request that the police issue an official police information notice, known in Great Britain as a PIN. It authorized the police to arrest the man if he approached or contacted Alice. The young woman chose the latter option. The next day, the police arrived, took her statement, and assured her that Harry would face the consequences if he bothered her again. After some time, the police contacted the military unit and informed the commanding officer of the actions taken against Harry. Interestingly, the police did not contact him personally, even by phone, let alone pay him a personal visit, despite the fact that they were required to do so by law. When he discovered that Alice had contacted the police, he became enraged and sent her another letter, along with a box of items that reminded him of her. In the letter, he stated that his phone, tablet, and laptop had been taken away as a result of her complaint. He also promised not to bother her again, but Alice was certain he would not simply calm down. When she first contacted the police, they instructed her to call them right away if Harry contacted her again. So she did. She informed the operator about the letter and the box of items, but he was unsure how to proceed in this case. Furthermore, he questioned Alice about the action she expected from them. Finally, he promised her that another officer would call her back. Of course, the police's response shocked Alice, and she had no idea what to do next. Several hours later, an officer called her back and heard her entire story. He then inquired whether she wanted the police to arrest Harry. Alice made a fatal mistake. She felt sorry for him and responded negatively. However, even if he had been arrested, Harry would not have faced any consequences. He would have been held in the station for some time before being released. Alice realized that the police couldn't help her in the situation, so she had to rely solely on herself. Alice was still depressed and scared on October 12th, 5 days after going to the police. She had hoped to distract herself from these troubling thoughts over the weekend. Mike was supposed to visit her, and they planned to spend the next several days together. Alice arrived home from work that evening and discovered that her neighbor was not there. She began getting ready for bed while talking with Mike about their upcoming meeting, but she had no idea Harry was standing in the courtyard of her building, watching her. Taking advantage of Alice's slightly open window, he climbed into her bedroom and went to the kitchen, where he grabbed a knife and went to the bathroom where Alice was. The events that followed unfolded quickly. Harry struck Alice 24 times with the knife, killing her almost instantly. After that, he left the apartment, got in his car, and drove back to his military unit. In less than an hour, Alice's neighbor returned home to discover that the front door had been locked from the inside. She knocked several times, hoping Alice would respond, but she didn't. The neighbor then went into the backyard to knock on Alice's bedroom window. However, what she saw shocked her. Alice lay in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor, visible through the open window. She immediately called the cops in a panic and told them what had happened, saying, "We knew this was going to happen." Her ex is a real psychopath. Less than 2 minutes later, the neighborhood heard police sirens and paramedics arrive, confirming Alice's death. They realized immediately that this was a murder. The police immediately began searching for Harry Dillon after the neighbor identified him as a potential killer. After running the numbers on his car, they discovered that he had driven from Edinburgh to Newcastle that day. His car was captured on several surveillance cameras. Only a few hours later, police arrived at the military base and arrested Harry. They took him to the station and started interrogating him. The man admitted that he had visited Alice but denied any involvement in the murder. He claims he approached her to talk, and she allegedly came out onto the street and hit him in the face during the conversation. Following that, Harry allegedly got into his car and drove back to the base. But detectives quickly realized that his story had nothing to do with reality. The surveillance cameras revealed that Harry had arrived at Alice's house before she returned from work. He parked his car and waited. But that is not all. Investigators examined his phone and discovered that while Harry was sitting in the car, he was messaging with a random girl on Tinder and planning to meet her that night. Detectives also discovered bloodstains on Harry's steering wheel, which were later identified as Alice's. Furthermore, the man stole her phone and carried it with him, so the geolocation of the device perfectly matched the killer's movements that day. All of this was enough to file murder charges and take the case to court. However, the first hearing occurred nearly a year later, in April 2017. Harry's lawyers realized that with such a large body of evidence against him, they needed to come up with a new story. As a result, the man claimed that he had come to Alice's house to collect his belongings. But after an argument, Alice allegedly took a knife and attacked him, inflicting 24 wounds on herself. After that, he watched her die and heard her final words. She allegedly said she despised her family. Of course, no one took this delusional story seriously. Furthermore, during the court proceedings, another heinous fact surfaced. Prior to the murder, Harry had made several visits to Alice's house, sneaking into the backyard and taking photographs. The prosecution claims that he carefully planned the murder in advance. 11 days later, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 22 years. During the verdict reading, the judge observed that Harry showed no remorse or compassion. Instead, he concentrated solely on creating the most plausible story. During the trial, another horrific detail about Harry's past was revealed. 3 years prior to these events, his ex-girlfriend obtained a restraining order against him because he stalked her in the same way that he would stalk Alice. However, the police were completely unaware of the situation. Following the murder, society and the media sharply criticized the police, accusing them of failing to protect Alice from a dangerous psychopath and allowing the case to go unsolved. Later, 2 officers faced discipline. The army also came under fire. The public was outraged that such an unstable and dangerous individual was permitted to join, and no action was taken against Harry when the pin was issued against him. Alice's family eventually established a foundation named after her. Its goal was to ensure that stalking victims receive immediate and appropriate police assistance. Alice's case demonstrated that law enforcement agencies cannot provide such protection, so legislative changes are required. In 2019, a law was passed that makes it easier to issue restraining orders against stalkers. However, Alice's family continues to work on the foundation, hoping that it will help to improve the country's situation. All of her relatives and acquaintances now believe that the tragedy could have been avoided if the police had been more serious about their duties. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021. In Georgia, United States, Mariam Abdulrab was heading home after a shift at a bar. She arrived at her house but did not have time to enter it. What happened to her had a significant social impact. Unfortunately, Mariam was one of those whose deaths prompted the authorities to recognize that the laws against certain groups of people were insufficiently harsh. Georgia enacted Mariam's law before the criminal appeared in court, and the case was only recently resolved. Mariam Abdulrab was a 27-year-old bartender at the Reverie VR bar in Midtown Atlanta. Her co-workers and loyal customers adored her. Mariam was an outgoing individual who could always strike up a conversation. That is how her best friend, Alicia Kim, described her. She is the most compassionate person in the world. She would literally hand you the shirt off her back. She was a daughter, younger and older sister, girlfriend, and best friend. She worked in the service industry. She was aware that waiters and bartenders also rely on tips, so she's always been very generous with her own money. Mariam and her boyfriend, Jerry Antoine, lived in the park in Atlanta on August 13, 2021. She finished her night shift around 5 a.m. and drove home. She had to drive about 5 miles on a route she was familiar with. Unfortunately, nothing went right this time. When Mariam arrived at her house, another car pulled up behind her. She did not have time to go inside. Someone kidnapped her in front of her boyfriend. Jerry Antoine called the Atlanta Police Department's 911 operator to report a kidnapping. He stated that his girlfriend was kidnapped in front of his home at 501 Borough Street. He described the kidnapper's vehicle as looking like a Ford Escort or a Jeep. Antoine was shocked and distressed by the incident, repeatedly asking for assistance and expressing concern for his girlfriend's safety. Jerry Antoine gave his contact information and stated that he witnessed the kidnapping. He described seeing his girlfriend being forced into a black SUV by a man wearing a security shirt and wielding a gun. The operator instructed Antoine to remain calm and asked him a series of questions to learn more about the incident. Antoine confirmed that his girlfriend had called him 5 minutes prior to her arrival. He heard commotion outside, looked out his window, and saw the kidnapping taking place. The operator confirmed Jerry Antoine's address as 501 Borough Street South. Antoine mentioned that he was attempting to track his girlfriend's location using his phone but was unsure if she had dropped it. The operator assured him that a unit would be dispatched to his location soon to provide additional assistance. Shortly after that 911 call, police officers crowded the area where Mariam had been abducted. The authorities attempted to take all necessary steps to resolve this case because the chances of finding the girl dwindled with each passing minute. Nobody knew the criminals' motivations or what they were up to. In terms of motivations and so on, I do not know. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Jr., told reporters immediately following the incident. Alicia Kim, Miriam's best friend, posted these words on one of her social networking pages. "My best friend was kidnapped last night at her home in Grant Park. She currently works as a bartender at Reverie and previously worked at Mother's Church. If you've met her, you know she's an amazing person. After her shift, she went to a gas station and someone followed her home. And as she approached her door, she was taken. Please send me any videos you may have of her from last night. If you see her in any vehicle, please contact the authorities." Detectives attempted to identify the abductor. According to one version, Miriam was a random victim who the perpetrator encountered at a gas station. Investigators discovered CCTV footage that captured the moment of the abduction. Miriam arrives at her home and exits the car, as seen in the video. A moment later, another car approached the house. The driver exits, grabs Miriam, and leads her to the vehicle. The car then disappears, backing away. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and it was terrifying. Miriam was practically at the door of her home when she was kidnapped in cold blood. While the police were speaking with Miriam's boyfriend, 911 received 2 additional phone calls from the same area. The woman informed the operator that she had heard at least 4 loud bangs, which she believed were gunshots. About 5 hours after Miriam's kidnapping, another man called 911 and gave critical information. About 5 hours after Miriam's abduction, the woman who called 911 reported hearing what she thought were 4 gunshots. Later, another man called 911 from the corner of Lakewood Avenue South and Terrace Way South, near an abandoned house. He requested police and ambulance assistance, mentioning that the location was across the street from the Boys and Girls Club and near an Exxon gas station. He explained that the abandoned home was boarded up. The caller, Robert Dixon, described seeing a Caucasian woman lying face down near a mailbox while walking his dog. He described her clothing and appearance, noting that she appeared unconscious and could be a teenager or in her early 20s. He stated that he had not touched her and was unsure whether she was breathing. He was concerned about the lack of movement from her chest or back, as well as the presence of blood around her upper body. The dispatcher told him to wait for paramedics and offered reassurance. Dixon expressed concern about the woman's position, with her face and nostrils against the ground, which could limit her ability to breathe. The tragic news was confirmed at a press conference on the same day by Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Jr., the division commander for criminal investigations. He stated that when they arrived at the scene, they found a deceased female in her mid-20s, whom they now believe to be the same person kidnapped from 501 Borough Street. He expressed his condolences to the victim's family, recognizing the immense difficulty they must be experiencing. Unfortunately, Miriam had no chance of surviving. The perpetrator fired several fatal shots at her. Miriam's body was discovered near an abandoned house, about 1.5 miles from her home. At the same time, police officers were pursuing at high speeds. The driver broke traffic laws and refused to stop when officers ordered him to do so. The chase ended when the driver rammed another car, and an ambulance transported him and 2 passengers from the second car to the hospital. The driver, who attempted to flee the police, was apprehended after receiving medical attention. Investigators believed he was responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. Miriam had her entire life ahead of her, but now her family and friends must mourn her. Miriam's friends, co-workers, and family members have spoken out in the aftermath of her death, describing her as a kind and compassionate individual. "My daughter was the most loving and peaceful person I knew." Her father, colleague Abdul Rab Reverie, said she didn't deserve this. VR Bar also used Instagram to mourn the death of an employee. The post shared a photo of Miriam and wrote, "Our hearts are truly broken at the loss of a dear friend and family member, Mary, who brought light to every single person she came into contact with and will be missed forever. We will be closed this weekend to grieve and cherish our final moments with her. Please stay safe, everyone." Dylan Knight, the bar manager, claimed that every eye looked forward to seeing Miriam at work on both sides of the bar, because she had a big heart and would go out of her way to assist or provide for others. DeMarcus Brinkley, 27, was believed by police to be responsible for Miriam Abdul-Rab's abduction and death. After 4 days at Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Brinkley was booked into Fulton County Jail on 6 counts, including deprivation of life. According to the state Supreme Court ruling, as he fled from police, Brinkley allegedly told his mother that he did not want to stop for officers because he did not want to return to prison. Brinkley had previously served 7 years in prison. They released him just over a year before Miriam died in 2014. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of child molestation and received a 7-year sentence. According to court records, Brinkley was arrested on suspicion of molesting a 7-year-old girl in 2012. In 2013, they discovered him on top of a naked 6-year-old girl. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to child molestation. During one of the court sessions, Brinkley's defense attorney informed the judge that his client was one of 12 children. According to court records, the Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services removed him from his mother's care. When he was a teenager, he was admitted to a residential treatment program for children with severe emotional and behavioral problems. He stopped attending school in the 9th grade. The defense attorney also stated that Brinkley had a history of abuse by her stepfather. The state recommended that Brinkley serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. Despite this, the court sentenced Brinkley to only 15 years in prison and 8 years on probation. He also needed to register as a sex offender. Offenders are assigned to levels 1, 2, or 3 based on their risk of a repeat offense. Level 1 indicates a low risk of reoffense. Level 2 indicates a moderate risk of reoffense. Level 3, or sexually dangerous predator, has a high risk of reoffending, whereas some states level sex offenders on the day of sentencing and Georgia levels sex offenders after they are released from prison. Thus, after being released from prison in 2020, Brinkley was required to register as a sex offender, but he never received a risk level assessment. That's why Miriam's brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, thought there were ways to prevent what happened to his sister. "What happened to my sister was avoidable." Ali stated that it had broken my family. She was simply overjoyed. She always had a way of making people feel special. She was finally becoming the woman she aspired to be, and everyone around her could tell she was getting ready to live her dream life. Ali Abdul-Rab stated that it still does not appear real. It's still difficult to talk about. Brinkley has dealt with a wide range of state officials throughout his life, from judges in the courtroom to mental health counselors. Ali Abdul-Rab believes that his sister would still be alive today. If any of them handled his previous convictions differently, Miriam's family has advocated for changes to state laws to prevent similar crimes in the future. While DeMarcus Brinkley was still awaiting trial in May 2023, Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, signed legislation imposing new restrictions on convicted sex offenders. House Bill 188, also known as Miriam's Law, improved ways to track these individuals. The law requires sex offenders who have not undergone a risk assessment to wear an ankle monitor. After receiving their assessment, the most dangerous offenders are required to wear the monitor throughout their probationary period. Lower-level offenders may have them removed if approved by the State Department of Community Supervision. Her brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, stated that love always wins. The love Mary left behind played a significant role in the passage of this law. It will play an important role in preventing similar crimes to Miriam's. I believe it will save lives. There may be more DeMarcus Brinkleys out there. Ali stated that we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We immediately wondered why this guy was out walking freely in the first place, and we hear he works in security. This is insane. Ali said it hurt even more knowing that this guy slipped through the cracks in our system. DeMarcus Brinkley reached an agreement, pleading guilty to several charges during the trial in November 2023. On December 5, 2023, the court sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years and an additional 15 years. Miriam's family was dissatisfied with the verdict, which is understandable. A criminal with a long track record may be able to leave prison one day. Michael Sidon, Mary's brother Ali, and Abdul Rab responded to the plea agreement reached by prosecutors and his sister's killer in a text message to Channel 2. We weren't pleased with the outcome of the sentencing. After all of this time waiting for a trial, DeMarcus Brinkley decided to plead guilty in the hopes of being granted parole one day after serving his life sentence for 30 years plus 15. Despite hearing the details of everything he has done in court, they still allow him to have the one thing that will make his time in prison a little more bearable. In these situations, it is easy to place the blame on the criminal. But the reason my sister was murdered in the first place was that a judge in court did not accept the prosecution's recommendation for his previous charges of sexually assaulting 2 children. The ruling in this recent case is all too familiar, and it appears that the judge's only goal is to make everyone happy. More so for the criminal defense attorneys, who I'm sure will take this as a victory. I understand that their role is to promote fairness and justice for their clients, but at what cost? The criminal justice system, as I understand it, is a never-ending cycle of injustice and reconsideration, particularly for potential victims and those who suffer. Our family believes it is not fair to the children whom this monster has harmed. It wasn't fair to my sister, who had her entire life taken from her. Maryam Abdulrab is more than a crime statistic. She is a real person with real family and friends who care deeply about her. The defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison and away from our community, where he has proven himself to be a serious threat to the public. According to District Attorney Fonnie Willis, nothing can be done to restore Mary Ann's life, which was tragically taken away from her, her family, and her friends. We hope that knowing that her killer will spend the rest of her life paying for her murder will provide some comfort. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family, as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on, and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. the police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving at the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked. So investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon, the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later, in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center when Linda noticed them. Fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police, the criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of the place where he left Linda's body. Experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately, right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the database, the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence. 1.5 years after Linda's death, he killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, the investigators discovered it almost by chance. But here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt, and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he ate Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her. When the judge asked him about his motives, James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments. and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25th, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30th, 1994. The youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto, and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. Because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this. I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad, and it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day." Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate." Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night, intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Rishi an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Rachel Rishi remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Rishi arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Simard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rachel Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, They became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police by the evening the next day. The police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep, and their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just 1 day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Rishi's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazeau began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Rishi because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault. Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Rishi's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazo discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Ricci case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Ricci found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father in Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Rishi's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4th, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kaylin Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kalen Schlatter with Tess Rishi's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kalen Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kalen Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Rishi ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Rishi to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. A woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kalen Schlatter, who spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time, he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Richi's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Rishi, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Rishi was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes, Kaylin Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ricci's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential, according to Irina's sister Rishi. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess Rishi's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello? Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. if I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. "I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home." When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the bumper house the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of .point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, there are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas, were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required, so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul. Enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they spent nearly 2 years. Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week, after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, Everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act. Under the influence of a parental remark, she couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the bombers' will. It turns out that the bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away from him. He went after a plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the CID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item, a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises. Why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamboo family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members, which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet, along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury three main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention, despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt. He is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence that could overturn his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008 in Iowa. When the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seatbelt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Michelle's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Michelle's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her coworkers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. the investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Michelle's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Michelle's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11th, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Mikel died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Mikel died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Mikel's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Mikel died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, his father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. I'm afraid of missing out on the moment. It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it, according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, I cared about him. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story follows a woman whose life is riddled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up pursuing large sums of money and how many human lives are affected. Michelle grew up in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura, and her mother left home in search of a better life. So the father was responsible for his children's upbringing. It was difficult for a man to raise two daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings from a construction site and frequently drank alcohol, in search of easy money. He repeatedly devised and carried out devious profit-making schemes. He would take a job at one factory or another and purposefully injure himself in order to receive insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme was successful, but not for long. The scheme was discovered thanks to CCTV cameras installed at one of the workplaces, and Michelle and Laura's father were arrested. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deception, and manipulation. This was her normal life, from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. However, she couldn't escape herself because lies had already become a part of her life, and she didn't know how to live any differently. The girl wishes to mature more quickly in order to escape hatred and poverty. Michelle looks stunning at 15 years old. As a petite brunette with an athletic build, she piques the interest of both her own age group and older men. Even so, Michelle realizes that, with her feminine power and charm, she can easily manipulate any man in her environment to get what she wants. So her life begins with a series of love relationships with various men. Michelle drops out of school at the age of 17 and marries Kenneth O'Irian, then 16, for the first time. She tells her boyfriend she is expecting a baby, and Kenneth accepts full responsibility for his young wife and future child in the army. The couple moves frequently so that they can have more children in this marriage. One city is replaced by another temporary military housing, which was not the end of Michelle's dreams. Such a lifestyle does not suit her. After 5 years, she leaves, citing her husband's beatings and cheating as the reason for their divorce. Michelle returns to Hurst in front of her family and friends. She appears to be a victim of domestic violence, receives the necessary help, and begins to organize her life. After a while, she falls for her former classmate Brandon. The young man is madly in love with Michelle and has happily accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for their wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle enrages Brandon, and it is revealed that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was afraid to discuss divorce with him because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents, but with the assistance of an attorney. This issue was quickly resolved, allowing the couple to marry in 1994. Initially, family life was calm and measured. Brandon was working on the development of his company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. Michelle's dreams, however, extended beyond a quiet family life. She's always needed more. She starts bringing home various dental equipment and supplies. The cash does not fit in her purse. Brandon suspected that something was wrong. Michelle eventually got caught stealing. A trial was only avoided through luck. Brandon's trust issues with his wife were only beginning. Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house after neighbors complained that cars were frequently arriving while he was at work. Listening to the tape, throughout the day he heard several men visiting their homes. Brandon conducts his own investigation and discovers that Michelle's first marriage ended due to her numerous infidelities. Brandon demanded a divorce, not because of her husband's beatings, as she had told everyone. Michelle was furious that Brandon started the divorce, so she retaliated while he was at work. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish. Brandon claims she poured a comet into it, killing all the fish. But Michelle did not stop there. Brandon had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, resulting in the animal's death. Michelle put Domino to sleep. If you are shocked at this point, we have only scratched the surface. Brandon describes it as an unending nightmare. You cannot make that girl leave. Unfortunately, Brandon discovered the truth about Michelle after his own marriage had been completely destroyed. Michelle's experiences with Brandon Dixon pale in comparison to her encounters with other men. It was later revealed that Michelle's first child was fathered by John Paul Ray, a fellow Hearst High School student. Instead of disclosing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Ryan that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. For 13 years, Kenneth believed the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from the age of 5 to 18 and was unaware that he was not the father. They had a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship ended abruptly when John suspected his wife of cheating. Michelle did not deny it. She acknowledged the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving the majority of Michelle's belongings. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They weren't so young anymore. Both had a history of failed marriages. He was married twice and has a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, they agreed to share custody of their daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the ex-spouses had a good relationship. Wealthy, successful, and generous. Greg was the perfect match for Michelle. Michaela, Greg and Michelle's daughter, was born in 2007. A year later, they were married. Their marriage embodied the American dream: money, children, and love. Everything was in abundance. Michelle appeared to have made it through the thorns to the stars, achieving the life she had always desired. Greg Williams held his family in high regard. He grew up in a family with strong values and accomplished everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and held a black belt in martial arts. Greg, in addition to his love of exercise, enjoyed guns. Both he and Michelle had guns in their home, and Keller Michelle's gun, a silver .4 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, whereas Greg kept his gun, a black bear .4 caliber pistol, loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage successful. They host birthday parties for their children from previous marriages in Keller. Michelle's adult children would host barbecues and swimming parties. Frequently, the house was full of friends. Despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not your typical American couple. They met through an online community dedicated to bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties drew numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making it public, the couple decides to move out. Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for several hours the night before. They were planning to purchase a new house for $4.5 million. They had an emotional discussion about the upcoming event. Greg remained in the bedroom alone. On October 13, 2011, Michelle went out to comfort her crying daughter and fell asleep in her room. At 4:40 a.m., an emergency call arrived, and a crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police had arrived on the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives discovered a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep, unaffected by the attack. The woman's behavior tipped off police officers. She was acting strangely, and it did not appear that she had just been burglarized. The gated community quickly filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and officers searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot house. Michelle was fully dressed, with her hair styled, and appeared calm. She told the cops she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor suggested otherwise. Michelle, the only witness, was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of speaking with police and investigators, Michelle's story began to unravel like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder, dressed entirely in black, hit her on the head with a wrench. She collapsed from the blow but remained conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then escaped through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what the police saw on the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while he lay in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, likely used by the intruder, was discovered near the back door, alongside a wrench. No fingerprints were found on either weapon. Neither was found to have signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money remained unharmed, and CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera revealed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours preceding the crime. Police confirmed that the vehicle belonged to a newspaper deliveryman. Michelle invented a version of the attack to throw off the investigation. She hit herself with a wrench and decorated their large house to resemble the scene of the attack. However, detectives conducted their due diligence and discovered a number of discrepancies. Michelle Williams was fully dressed, with stylized hair and fresh makeup on her face. It created the impression that she was waiting for someone. The gun used in the crime was discovered in the house, with no fingerprints. The final detail proving Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen during the robbery. Michelle couldn't figure out why a successful businessman and devoted father would commit suicide. However, she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she didn't want to tell their young daughter the painful truth about her father's suicide. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to conceal fingerprints before staging a home invasion and calling for help. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became clear to the police why no evidence was discovered in the home. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to paint a more realistic picture of the assault. Keller police initially questioned the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but no physical evidence linking her to the crime was presented. Michelle was arrested for perjury and released around 5 p.m. Michelle went to her sister Laura's house on the evening of her husband's murder and made no mention of Greg's name. Michelle cried from time to time, but it did not appear sincere. When questioned by police, Michelle's sister Laura stated that she awoke in a good mood the morning following the tragedy. She was dressed beautifully, with her hair styled and makeup applied, and she was in good spirits. The recent widow went to breakfast at a well-known restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police investigated the theory that Greg committed suicide, they struggled to find a motive and credible evidence. Michelle presented the investigation with emotion first, followed by evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were drawn to Michelle's claim that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. Following Greg's death, Michelle quickly began liquidating family assets and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's company. The amount of checks cashed is not made public anywhere. Most likely, we're talking about a large sum of money. Michelle made one of her most serious mistakes after receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller. Michelle was the sole beneficiary of Greg's life insurance policy, which was purchased on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before his death. But the woman overlooked an important fact: the terms of the insurance policy. Greg's death was not covered by insurance because he chose to die. And at the last minute, she was denied the funds. The main motive for the crime was to obtain the insured sum of $600. Later, another important aspect of financial fraud is revealed. Casting suspicion on the widow, fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been planning to buy on the eve of his death. The account numbers were deliberately changed, and the lender was not immediately aware of the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account went unnoticed until the police discovered it. Michelle, convinced of her innocence, writes an $18,000 check to attorney Kenneth Winterkorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to uncover his wife's web of deception. An autopsy on Greg revealed that he was shot from a distance of 12 to 18 inches. Furthermore, the toxicology examination produced a report indicating that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Additionally, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after increasing the volume on the television. Michelle, who was sleeping in her room, had not heard anything. According to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide on November 3, 2011. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9th while on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and providing a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the sole suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 for release from custody pending a court hearing. Michelle, on the other hand, was held in custody for a week before being released on $85,000 bail. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail wearing a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Winterkorn, who is now officially representing her. Kathy, Greg's first wife, was furious when she discovered that the money she paid Korn to defend Michelle was part of Greg's estate and should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman accused of killing him. Kenneth is listed as Katie and Greg's divorce attorney in online court records from 2003. In 2008, Winterkorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter, Taylor. However, providing evidence will exonerate Kenneth Winterkorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams. The divorce was handled by his company, and he never personally represented Greg. Kenneth Korn claimed he first learned of Greg's murder from an company employee. It was shocking when Korn revealed that Michelle later sought his assistance. After her plan to profit from Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru, hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Jean Wallace, a friend of her oldest son who is nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Jean established a fitness club in Bedford and promoted it extensively online. Michelle, armed with an ankle bracelet and a GPS tracker, spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She frequently appeared in court dressed for a night on the town, in miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never lamented Greg's death for a moment. Greg's ex-wife, Kathy Robb Conover, had been friends with Greg Williams for over 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, convincing them that she was an innocent woman in need of protection. Michelle Williams, 45, entered into a plea agreement with the county on October 9, 2013, and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will serve 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and engaging in deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony found in only a few states. Although Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would stand. Things can turn out differently: play big, win big, or lose big. Michelle stated this in an interview regarding the plea bargain. "I expect to serve a few years and then be released on parole." However, in a February 2014 interview, Michelle Williams abruptly changed her testimony, claiming she was not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and schedules the first trial. The trial of Keller's Black Widow, a Texas woman accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011, has begun with opening arguments. For an insurance payout, prosecutors described the crime as a well-planned series of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after first drugging him with sleeping pills in order to collect on his life insurance. The motivation was money. Money and greed have stood the test of time. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland stated in court that, while Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would be upheld in response to an interview request. Michelle's attorney has issued a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Winterkorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the immaculately clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, ignoring the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect in repeated searches where cleaning products were discovered. However, it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them because the products were in the house where she lived and cleaned. If the jury finds that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it appear as if the man died of natural causes, and then cleaned up the car I'm seeing by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will receive a life sentence. However, if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will have the opportunity to hear the entire story and determine the appropriate punishment. Careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances revealed information about the unfavorable environment that had existed in their family for a long time. According to the studied correspondence, social networks, and messengers, the couple quarreled frequently over finances. During the trial, prosecutors claimed that in the hours leading up to his violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife about their finances and even slapped her for spending a large sum of money set aside as a down payment on a home. However, Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams committed suicide and that the successful businessman needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams was frequently depressed and used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed as a result of the death of his grandmother and best friend, who had ironically committed suicide. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams discovered her husband dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal in mind: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by keeping the truth from her. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, exhibited little emotion for the majority of the trial but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs depicting the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams and his adult son, Andrew O'Harian, who stated that his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to assist in framing Greg Williams' ex-wife Kathy in order to blame her for Greg's death, using unreconciled differences over custody of their daughter Taylor. But that plan failed from the start. After all, the former spouses never disagreed on custody of their daughter, and proving otherwise would have been extremely difficult. He was asked how he responded to his mother's unusual request. Andrew O'Harian, 26, was shocked by the proposal and assumed she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons during the trial after they testified against her. Michelle was later found guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she lied about being pregnant with twins in order to delay her sentencing. However, this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and natural charm, which she tried to demonstrate at each hearing, did not save her from a harsh sentence sandwiched between a scenario in which she was portrayed as a cold-blooded criminal and another in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse. Michelle selected the latter. He did it. She explained that she was wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective for solving the case. "I wouldn't have made it through the day." She said, "You had won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's account, few believed Greg had died. He had too much to live for. And he was well aware of the anguish and grief that untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes Michelle's relationship with Gian Wallace began while Greg was still alive and could be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had discovered she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have received nothing. Katie claims Greg was willing to put up with a lot, but not with cheating. "She's ruined more lives than you can imagine." Brandon claims she's a professional manipulator. "If the courts had interviewed all of us, things could have turned out differently." Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also determined that she would have to serve at least 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and a fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her intentional actions. She has never expressed regret for her actions and still refuses to accept full responsibility for her crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leung, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m. On Sunday, April 24th, several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilant of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilin stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were. Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible. When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain. Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th, near Snapper Point. However, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. On April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, the death of Humong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly. Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubelin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, "From an investigative standpoint, it is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred. forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty-organized party on the night of October 15 to 16, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering 2 girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kavari, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kavari entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kavari stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kavari with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Kavari was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Lodberger case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Kavari robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Kavari was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hüseyin Kavari get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Kavari, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Kavari was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Lodger investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Kavari, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Lodberger, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Lodberger story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Rica, and Clemens Ladenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Ladenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Kavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Ladenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Kavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Kavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Kavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Kavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Kavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Kavari, he noticed Maria Lattenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Kavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Kavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Kavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Kavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Leidenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Kavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Kavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Kavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Lyne family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Lin family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yun Lin. Lin's love story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lin, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lin decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lin family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lins were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Lin family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently. During the early 2000s, Min's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lin's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lin family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lin's younger sister, Kathy Lin Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert Jai, also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lin and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lin family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Lin family's shop was unexpectedly closed. surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed, with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lin Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lin parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lin family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lin family rather than robbery. Additionally, multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lins had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lin, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lin family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Lin family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, She was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynch shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and men had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Mine was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Mine had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yun's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XEI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lin family victims, linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert Xe's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert Xe was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, 1 for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana, Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana, Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. Her name is Land, she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. "I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her." Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. "None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance." An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. "We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital." Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, a bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana, Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994, as he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, the case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert Ian Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho. and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl." Then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzer's left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalves' statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30th, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24th, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, he stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonsalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these 3 men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these 3 men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with 4th-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all 3 suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. But because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonsalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonsalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. To address the lack of scientific evidence, Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the state attorney general's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work. Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016, aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an Aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers. Following his statement, a tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words. You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom. Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy, and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7. In one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins, Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. on one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras. The video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By Tenham. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rusty Slav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members disperse to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rustislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the three unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnappers' attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passengers' inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press receives special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of three men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all four guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results to attempt to solve this dark secret. The family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the four young men who spent the night with George Josh Askin and the three Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses, making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the ship owners company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, They never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in Malaysia in 2003. Canny Ong, 28, went missing from the parking lot of a metropolitan mall after eating dinner with friends. Her family filed a missing person report with the police, and authorities soon made a shocking discovery. Many Malaysians still remember Canny Ong's story. This tragedy has shaken the country not only because it was so terrible and absurd, but also because it occurred in a well-known and prestigious mall with surveillance cameras. Canny Ong Lay Kian was born in Malaysia on July 18, 1974. She was the younger of two daughters and had a close bond with her parents. In 1995, Canny traveled to the United States to further her education and pursue a career in information technology. Living in the United States, she met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. citizen and ethnic Chinese whose parents immigrated from Singapore more than 20 years ago. Canny and Brandon were friends at first, but their friendship quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a very close friend to Canny. He tried to support her in everything and help her. In 2001, the couple married. Canny had achieved her professional and personal goals. In 2003, she worked as an analyst in San Diego, was planning for the future with her husband, and wished to become a mother. However, that year, a series of events culminated in horrific events. Canny's father, B. Zheng, was diagnosed with cancer in 2003, so she decided to return to Malaysia to see him and support her family during this difficult time. The date was June 1, 2003. Canny arrived in Malaysia with Brandon. Brandon returned to the United States in a few days, while Canny remained in Kuala Lumpur and spent the majority of her time caring for her father, who was receiving treatment at one of the capital's clinics. Every day, she spoke with Brandon on the phone for hours. They discussed everything, including their two cats, and she chastised him for overfeeding them. It almost sounded like they were discussing their children. His father had his kidney removed, but fortunately his health was improving. He was recovering. That is why, on June 14, 2003, Canny planned to return to the United States. The day before her flight, she invited her mother Pearlie, sister Elsie, and close friends to a farewell dinner at a restaurant in one of the popular malls. That evening, June 13, 2003, Canny and her mother arrived at the designated location later than others. I couldn't find a parking spot on the street in front of the mall. Canny had to drive through the underground parking lot, which was not free, but Canny's mother was concerned about something other than the fee. However, the parking lot was not well lit. They left the car and went up to the second floor, where the restaurant was located. Canny was delighted to see her childhood friends. She hadn't seen some of them in a long time, and they had plenty to talk about. In a few hours, she started to notice that she looked tired. She asked her mother if she wanted to go home. Pearlie responded that she had a very busy day and did not mind leaving, assuring her friends that she would return soon. Canny rose from the table with her mother and sister, Elsie. The three of them went to the machine to pay for parking. The payment terminal was on the first floor of the mall, and as I mentioned, the parking was underground. Standing in line for the terminal, Canny realized she had left a parking ticket in her car. She instructed her sister and mother to remain in line and went down to get the ticket. The terminal queue was gone, but Canny hadn't returned in 10 minutes, so her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second was directed to voicemail. Something was obviously wrong. Elsie and Pearlie arrived in the parking lot. Surprised, they discovered that Canny's car was no longer there. They circled the parking lot several times. After that, they were certain that Canny had vanished with the car. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter because Canny wouldn't drive off without saying anything. The parking lot was poorly lit, but surveillance cameras could provide some answers. The mall security initially refused to show the footage to Canny's relatives, but eventually gave in after her mother begged for assistance. Around midnight, Pearlie and LC sat in front of a monitor, watching the footage that shocked and confirmed their worst suspicions. The footage showed Canny's car exiting the underground parking lot at high speed and breaking the barrier, while someone else drove it. The video quality was not satisfactory. However, it was clear that the person in the driver's seat was most likely a man, and Canny was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, her body tucked against the door, trying to keep as far away from the driver as possible. Pearlie went to the police station right away after seeing the footage and filed a report of her daughter's disappearance and kidnapping. The police launched an investigation, and Canny's family and friends drove all over Kuala Lumpur, hoping to find her car, a purple Proton Tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Canny's husband, began to realize something was wrong. He called the wife several times but was unable to reach her. He called her mother, and she told him what had happened. Canny's disappearance shocked Brandon. Pearlie overheard him crying over the phone. Only at dawn did Canny's friends and relatives return home. Unfortunately, their search was unsuccessful. The police were spreading information about the disappearance and conducting their own search, which did not provide any hope. The footage from the mall parking lot where Connie was kidnapped did not help identify the man driving the car. It's been more than 72 hours since his loved ones last saw her. The authorities knew that if Canny Ong had been kidnapped, it was not for ransom, because if money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have come forward long ago and demanded ransom. And this situation did not look good, as evidenced by a sinister discovery made by the police the same day. Connie's car was left on a city street. The front right tire was in such bad shape that it was safe to assume the car had been driven with a flat tire for quite some time, and as a result, it was literally ripped apart. In the back of the car, on the passenger seat, there was a big red stain. Forensic experts collected scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other car parts. There was plenty of evidence in the car. I'll talk more about it later. Canny's family and friends have not given up hope, and we hope she returns home safely. Unfortunately, the next day, after the car was discovered, all their hopes were dashed. On June 17, a road worker detected a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near a highway. When he lifted the lid, he discovered a body that someone was attempting to burn with 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police arrived on the scene immediately and discovered car tires filled with concrete that had previously been used as road sign stands lying on top of the body. Whoever hid it was trying to make it difficult to identify. The family's worst fears were confirmed after the body was discovered, but it was stated incorrectly that she will not believe her daughter is dead until she receives confirmation. Until they do, we will continue to hope she is found alive. She said the family was going to the morgue. However, the doctor stated that they could not confirm whether Canny Ong's family members had DNA samples taken for comparative analysis. The results of expertise fulfilled Canny's parents' worst nightmare. The body discovered is undoubtedly that of their daughter. According to some sources, even before the DNA test results could help family members identify the jewelry on the body, Pearlie, a loving mother, believed and hoped that her daughter would live to the end. It's difficult to imagine the emotional torture she had to endure. The autopsy revealed that Canny suffered stab wounds in her abdomen. A medical forensics expert also discovered signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around Canny's neck in several knots. In addition, semen was discovered inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an event occurred that raised numerous questions about the work of law enforcement agencies. Subramaniam Ravichandran, an undercover police officer, reported to his superiors that on the night of Canny's disappearance, he and his partner were patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycle. Both he and his partner were dressed in civilian attire. They noticed a car parked in the wrong spot, taking up half of the road, and decided to stop near it to see if anyone was inside. Walking up to the driver's door, Ravichandran noticed a man behind the wheel and a woman next to him in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window. And when the man behind the wheel lowered it a third of the way down, he showed him his police ID and asked what he was doing there, to which the driver replied that he was simply sitting there and chatting with his girlfriend and was not doing anything illegal. Following these words, The police officer requested that both the drivers and their companions' IDs be checked. While the man behind the wheel was handing out the documents, the woman in the passenger seat made strange hand signals. It appeared that she was asking for assistance. Every time her assumed boyfriend turned to face her, she came to a halt. I noticed the officer asking the driver to get out of the car. The driver reacted angrily, telling Ravichandran that he was not a police officer but a thief. Following these words, he raised the window and reached for the key in the ignition. When the policeman realized the car was about to drive away, he took out his pistol and shot the right front wheel, causing the car to speed away. Ravichandran and his partner began a motorcycle chase, but they were unable to catch up to a car with a flat tire. This is the official version. Given the state of affairs in Malaysian police at the time, it was unsurprising that the officer on duty did not call for reinforcements or notify anyone about what had occurred. That car with a flat tire was the purple Proton Tiara, Kaniong's transport, and it will be discovered abandoned in a few days. Even though the chase did not end in the police's favor, they now have documents from the driver. The driver was Ahmad Najib, a 27-year-old Rs, and the passenger was Kaniong. And if the officer in that situation had behaved differently, perhaps Kani would still be alive. Unfortunately, Ravichandran informed his higher-ups about the situation. Only after Kani's body was discovered. The officer's possession of documents on the suspect was most likely the only positive outcome of that night. Aside from Kani's family, many Malaysians came to say goodbye to her. Brandon was devastated by the death of his beloved wife. Meanwhile, police began searching for Ahmad Najib. As it turned out, he never lived at the address listed on his documents. But his name was real, so there were several ways to find him. The police began looking for the name on the documents in the Registry of Documented Marriages. A match was found at the National Social Support Agency. Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 brothers and sisters in the household. He dropped out of school so he could work and help his family. In 1998, he went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur. Later, he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he has been a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. The police began surveillance on his wife after learning her name and workplace. She worked at one of the metropolitan banks and waited until her shift ended. Police officers disguised in civilian clothes followed her and discovered her home address. The police now knew where Ahmad lived, but they needed to ensure that he was inside the house to avoid scaring him. They kept an eye on the house for 3 days, but when the investigators began to doubt Ahmad Najib's ability to live with his family, he disappeared. However, these were hasty conclusions. On the 4th day of surveillance, around 4 a.m., they noticed a cab pull up to the house, and Ahmad Najib got out. Only a minute later, he was handcuffed and led to the police station for questioning. Information about the arrest and the suspect's identity spread quickly in the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib couldn't believe he was responsible for Kaniong's kidnapping and death. He was a devoted husband and father of 2 children, and he gave the impression of a good man. However, officers soon realized that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Najib remained calm throughout the first interrogation, stating that he was only willing to speak with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. He started to deny his guilt. Only after he was presented with evidence linking him to Kaniong did his confidence gradually wane. At first, he was shown 2 IDs that he had given to the officer on duty the night Kani was kidnapped. The officers then stated that they discovered blood spots on his jacket and jeans, and DNA analysis would almost certainly show that this was Kaniong's blood. It wasn't until Najib realized that the officers were not faking it, and that they had irrefutable proof that they were not bluffing, did he admit that he kidnapped and murdered Kani in 10 days, beginning on June 23, 2003. Ahmad was taken to court, where he reiterated his confession. During the next few days, the police conducted an investigation in which Najib showed all of the places where he was with Kani and explained in detail how and how many times he forced her to have intimate relations with him, as well as how he killed her and attempted to dispose of her body. They discovered evidence to back up Najib's claims in every location where he led the police. The cameras captured Ahmad Najib in the underground parking lot where it all began. According to him, he was waiting for his former boss who fired him and wanted to exact revenge. It is worth noting that the version about the former boss has not been confirmed. By hiding in the dark, he noticed Kani looking for something in her car and decided to take advantage of that. He pushed her into the car and threatened her, telling her that if she tried to flee or call for help, she would regret it. Kenny fell into a trance and obeyed all of his commands. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove out of the parking lot at high speed, breaking the barrier. After stopping in an industrial area, he began harassing Kenny, but just then, a police officer dressed in civilian clothes approached the car. Najib was attempting to persuade the officers that he only realized he had kidnapped the wrong woman when the officer asked to see their IDs. Even if we assume he intended to kidnap his former boss, this does not absolve him of guilt. Without a doubt, she would have met the same fate as Kanyong. According to his words, Najib escaped the pursuit. Even though the officer had his documents, he didn't think to let Kenny leave. He pulled over on the road to replace a tire that had been punctured by a bullet. A car with a woman inside was parked near where he had stopped. He walked up to her and asked for a jack. He wanted to change the tire, but then he noticed that Kenny was signaling the woman with her hands, who had landed him that jack, so he abandoned the idea and drove away. A short time later, he arrived at a deserted location and forced Kenny to have an intimate relationship with him by threatening her with a knife. Then he drove to another district, forcing Kenny to satisfy him yet again. Both of them were in the back seat, and Kenny begged him for mercy. Instead, he ended her life. Then he hid her body in a manhole near a highway, drove a car to another location, and abandoned it there. After 16 hours, he returned to the location with a gasoline canister and attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime. DNA testing confirmed that the cement discovered inside Kanyong's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Ben Aris. His DNA and fingerprints were also discovered in the car, providing additional irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The experts also determined that the blood found on his jacket and jeans belonged to Kanyong. The trial began on September 15, 2003, only 3 months after Kenny's death. This case became one of the most contentious in Malaysia, attracting a lot of attention from the media and the public. Such a high-profile trial has attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also those who, in my opinion, decided to make a name for themselves, namely attorneys, of which Najib had plenty, despite the fact that he admitted his guilt during the investigation, and there was more than enough evidence of his crimes, including DNA evidence, after consulting with 6 of his attorneys. Najib did not plead guilty in his first trial, telling the court that he confessed under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Najib confessed shortly after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse on the defendant at the time of confession, and that he was calm and relaxed. With that in mind, the attorneys changed their strategy and began arguing that Kenny was in the car with their client at her own volition. Attorneys attributed it to the fact that Kenny, who holds a black belt in Taekwondo, did not attempt to escape. This attempt to blame the victim for not escaping was rejected because everyone responds differently to critical situations. But they did not stop there. Then they came up with a new version, claiming that Kenny became intimate with Ahmad Najib voluntarily and died of strangulation, which was used to heighten the sensations during the intercourse. But this version was challenged and denied by forensics experts. The cloth around Kenny's neck was tied in multiple knots, indicating that Najib had no intention of loosening it. In fact, the cloth was tied so tightly that the skin beneath it was the only part of the body unaffected by the fire. But that is not all. The cloth was designed for wiping plane windows, and given that the defendant worked as a cabin cleaner, this linked him even more to the crime, not to mention the fact that the lawyers couldn't explain the stab wounds on Kenny's body. At that point, Najib's attorneys ran out of ideas and advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many people wondered why Kenny didn't get out of the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. Sadly, we will never know the answer. Maybe she just froze in fear and couldn't run away. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib Ben Aris was found guilty of all charges. The judge stated that the evidence points to only one person committing the crime against Kanyong's sexual integrity. Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years in prison and 10 chain strikes, but he was also sentenced to death for killing her. Those who frequently watch these types of videos about real crimes are aware that, for example, in the United States, criminals are executed via lethal injection. However, in Malaysia, the process is quite different. They use ropes instead of expensive drugs. Ahmad Najib's attorneys attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but both times were unsuccessful. In 2010, Najib wrote to the head of state, requesting that his death sentence be commuted to life imprisonment. In his letter, he pleaded not guilty yet again, but his clemency request was denied. Ahmad Najib, 40, received his sentence on September 23, 2016, more than 13 years after Can Yeong died. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room, and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911, and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her as the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance. A police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw Jana nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancé's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room, a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.